Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL, brought to you from the sunny Sydney studio. I am, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful ever-present Jake Spawn Tiberi. And Jake, we have a gigantic first match coming up between Starhorn Royal Club and M3, previously World Elite Academy. And what massive names to begin a day with.
Yeah, and once again, another star-studded two teams coming together head-to-head for our first game. They've both got a couple of Korean imports, although Starhorn Royal Clubs were there last season as well, as we saw in Worlds. And it's going to be extremely interesting to see how M3s come together, because their name across the board, if you look at their team, looks so good on paper. But everything we've heard is that they're maybe not going to meet the hype.
Yeah, it's true. They're sort of like got the Dade factor from Season 3 due to the fact that Dade is, in fact, on the team. But we've heard that he's maybe not been playing up to scratch just as much, but this is just rumors, you know. Dade could be the ultimate Dade that we've seen in the past, and we saw Rookie playing Twisted Fate yesterday, and if anyone knows how to play Twisted Fate, it's Dade.
Yeah, certainly do. And whilst it's a little bit of rumors and a little bit of speculation, because, of course, the Chinese, we have seen them play M3 together. They were one of the first Chinese team to use their Koreans in the end of last year. However, they were in not the LPL. They were in a couple of other tournaments that maybe they weren't taking as seriously.
That's true.
Of course, there's speculation that Dade came over here to get away from all the pressure that was in Korea, and now he's just trying to enjoy his League of Legends. So I'm hoping we see him play a little bit more loosely, a little bit more freely in this tournament, and see how he shows up. And yeah, as you said, I'm really looking forward to see if Twisted Fate comes out.
Yeah, Twisted Fate or Zed or any of the classic Dade champions, of course. Yeah, Yasuo. Oh man, he's got a swipe off. That could happen. The other exciting thing about this lineup, actually going over to Starhorn Royal Club, is the fact that they've brought over this sort of new revamped bottom lane. And we think of Starhorn as this team that revolves around Uzi. Not there anymore. Uzi is, of course, playing for OMG now. So they're going to have Name potentially. There is a little bit of drama there, so may not actually be playing today. But they've got Zero there in the bottom lane on the support role, and that guy is a god. Yeah,
and we spoke about the importance of having the Korean players in the jungle support position. That seems to be the most successful up front. Of course, they have Insec as well. We have been told Name won't be playing. He will be on the team definitely, maybe around the February time. He'll be back on the lineup, so they will be using a substitute. But these guys across the board, as we saw last year, yeah, they played around the Raise the Puppy comp, played around their AD carry Uzi, and now that they've got someone like Name potentially stepping into the lineup, they can even replicate that. Name, if anything, is even more successful in team fights and is a terrific AD carry in his own right.
Yeah, just not quite the aggressive laner. Of course, Uzi known for punishing every single CS that his opponent goes for. Name more based on getting fantastic positioning in these team fights. And even if, you know, the first time that you saw Name was in Worlds last year, just discount that, because this guy is ridiculous and sort of didn't quite make it up to the hype in his Worlds performance.
Yeah, he didn't, but yeah, if you go through any of his other tournaments, he even had a fantastic Demacia Cup coming through, had some massive Corki games where he carried the heck out of his team. And if you go through the rest of the players on the team, they've still got Korn, they've still got Cola, those two rocks in top and mid. They're going to look to do their job and just allow Insec on his weird pocket picks, like the Fiddle Sticks that we've seen. Of course, plays a great Lee Sin. Looking forward to seeing him jump on Rek'Sai or maybe even Rengar.
And his Pantheon as well looks fantastic.
Yeah, it certainly does. So yeah, those guys definitely the same team that we saw last year, and maybe even a little bit more improved with Name and Zero, both very controlled laners.
Yeah, it's true. We'll see whether that actually does come through. And looking over on the side of M3 as well, I mean, Looper coming in and Dandy as well. But we are going to cut to a quick break, but we'll be back as soon as the Chinese are ready to start their game. Don't go anywhere, guys. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, still Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi, and we are about to get into our first match between Starhorn Royal Club and M3, of course, formerly World Elite Academy. And, man, I'm just so ready, but we do have some bad news.
Yeah, Name not starting lineup, so we have been told to, sorry, I'm going to probably get this wrong. HYY, I think we're going with, who is a solo queue mid player, we believe. So
yeah, a bit of a free agent because they didn't quite have anyone to fill that slot. Of course, the issue is with contracts from EDG, Name moving over. A few issues getting him in a timely fashion, but the idea is hopefully in by sort of mid-February, something like that. Not entirely sure of when we'll actually see Name, but I really hope he comes soon because he's sort of the linchpin for this team if they're going to play anything like the style that they used to.
Yeah, so we saw that Starhorn Royal Club, very, very famous for that raise the puppy strategy. That was where they had their most success. I think that they were very, very happy playing around Uzi. Zero is a very reactionary support, like following Uzi around the map. So it's definitely going to change things up a little bit. I think a lot more pressure goes on to Insec and, of course, Corn and Collar to lift their games a little bit and try and carry them through this one. And they're definitely against a formidable opponent.
Oh, that's exactly right. M3 are looking ridiculous at the moment. I like to say that they brought players over from the former team Samsung Light Blue with Looper from Samsung White in the top lane and Dade, in that mid lane. And that is looking really scary. Of course, Looper, one of my favorite players to watch, of course, still plays Singed, which is just cool, let's be honest.
Yeah, Looper was... He had a great World Series, don't get me wrong, but he was often criticized for being nearly the worst player, I think, on that white lineup. I think that he played as a top laner around having very, very strong map control in other areas, and he used his teleport very effectively. And I think that they're the strengths of Looper's game. The weakness is if he doesn't have those strong laners of pressure elsewhere, can he generate it himself? And we've seen mixed success in this. We saw when the jungle came through for M3, Rio, I believe. Yeah, Ruo had a good game and really got up there and helped Looper out. He was able to carry the heck out of the game. But then we've also seen some pretty bad games coming out where he was almost irrelevant on the map. So I'll be interested to see how Looper and Ruo can get around.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And something that I'm very excited about, going back to this mid lane, talking about more of our sort of Korean import situation, Dade taking on Korn in that mid lane. And Korn's one of these players that's just kept getting better. And I'm just super excited to see how he does against Dade, who's honestly been hugely successful, but for a long time now, and could he have already reached his peak?
I think Dade definitely showed last season that he's still a player to be reckoned with. He, at the start of the season particularly, a lot of his champs came back into favor, and his champion was just massive champion pool. I think that Korn, on the other hand, has had flashes of brilliance, where he almost plays Pawn-esque, if you wanted to relate him to a player.
And his champion pool definitely does remind us a little bit of Pawn.
Yeah, it definitely plays a fantastic Fizz, so watch out for that one as well. So I think that this is a thing where we've seen Korn maybe get up on the rise and Dade maybe start falling off a little bit from all reports, so it will be definitely interesting to see how that does play out in the middle lane.
Yeah, that's very true. And Ruo versus Insec here in the jungle as well. Insec, of course, everyone knows this guy's name. It's just been the monster Lee Sin player of old. And against Ruo, who actually previously played with Koro on a team called Rising Stars, actually Kitties as well, over on that team. So definitely been around the scene for a long time, but not really with the star power that Insec has.
Well, not internationally, but in China, definitely respected as one of the best jungle players coming out of China. So I think that Ruo definitely will be able to take it to Insec. I think Insec has played a much more controlled fashion from what I've seen lately. But he definitely still has those games where he just goes absolutely insane, where he picks up a completely weird champion. The Fiddlesticks, the Pantheon, it just like reminds us of how far into the past this guy can reach to pull something out special.
Yeah, I'm really excited, especially with the fact that, you know, if the top 3 junglers get taken off the board, so many more become relevant. So Insec can really pick his preferred option out of the massive amount that is still about as relevant as the ones that his opponents are going to have the option for.
And I think that we do have to hit on the part of M3 that is the big question mark, is that bottom lane. We've talked about how strong the solo lanes are, how the jungle will be able to positively impact them and hopefully set up the map, but there's a big question mark over this bottom lane.
Yeah, and Candy, formerly Alan, which is one of my favorite names, honestly. I just think it's a little bit hilarious, I'm not going to lie to you. But Candy, I haven't seen too much from him, to be perfectly honest. It's sort of like not really the bottom lane that you think of when you're thinking about China, and there are so many that have so many star-studded names in there.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of hinting on. They're definitely not a bad bottom lane by any stretch, but you just have to understand that when you're an average bottom lane in a Chinese region that has so many fantastic, like, A-grade bottom lanes and even some S-tier ones up there. We saw a couple yesterday, especially with, like, the PYLs in the support position that really dictate the flow of the game. It's just that they don't have really the power to go toe-to-toe with these players. Maybe getting a little bit of a gift in disguise because we have mentioned that Name won't be playing, so we'll be good to see how they go head-to-head in this game.
Yeah, and Love CD, I haven't heard much from him as well. I mean, that's M3's support player. So Love CD and Candy, they have been playing together for a little while, but just not necessarily as well known or as known for their mechanics as the opposing bottom lane, especially in the support side, considering the fact that they do have a sub. But once Name gets back, I think this matchup will be very different. But thus far, like you said, I think that they may have been given a little bit of a gift in disguise.
Yeah, so a little bit of leeway. I think that that's where they have to capitalize. If they visit the bottom lane, maybe the synergy isn't built up on Starhorn Royal Club because they would have been working so hard to integrate Nami into a lineup to at the last minute have to use a sub. If that is how it eventuated, will just mean that there's a little bit more miscommunication coming out of the bottom lane. They already said that were the team that was famous for acknowledging that they didn't have a common language. They use a lot of pings, a lot of instinctive play in team fights to get around the map, just a lot of individual name shot calling to prioritize targets. So they definitely made it work, but adding a brand new set of people into this dynamic is just going to make it so much harder for Starhorn Royal Club. Yeah,
it is going to be difficult. And going back to Starhorn Royal Club, like you said, we do have Kohler in the top lane up against Looper, and Kohler is a rock for Starhorn Royal Club. I mean, he has to hold the top of the map while all the focus was on Uzi back in the day. So he's always had to be really strong. And against Looper, like you said, sort of performing the least well as far as that Samsung White lineup is concerned. But they are our Season 4 champions. So he's still going to be a formidable opponent.
Being the worst player on the best team ever means that you're still a pretty good player. So Looper can definitely hold his own in this top lane. I think on this patch particularly, Kohler will have a better time. His Aurelia and his Jax have always been the two champions that have impressed me when he has been able to get them. He's had some ups and downs, as you said, but he is a very solid player. So I think that if he can get on a comfort pick, be able to farm it out, he can become one of these late-game split-pushing powerhouses.
Yeah, and we've seen the fact that Aurelia has been a huge pick just recently. Acorn picking that one up yesterday and going massive, really dictating the flow of those fights. And then Flame picking it up straight afterwards on the same team saying, yeah, I can play this one too, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly right. And that was the dynamic thing about that sub because if we just touch on that a little bit, Acorn and Flame played the exact same champion in two very different manners. Acorn getting in there just absorbing
Flandre as well played it very differently.
Yeah, so you just see the versatility of Aurelia on this patch. And I think she's definitely going to be a key pick or ban.
Yeah, and I think that as well, Kohler will probably show us an even different way to pick up that champion. So we'll see how that goes. And how do you think, with the fact that they won't be able to focus as many resources around this bottom lane, as we do get into champion select, of course, but do you think not being able to focus as many resources into that bottom lane, is that going to hurt Starhorn Royal Club? They're going to have to change too much in their strategy?
I think that Insect still needs to get down there and focus a little bit of resources because HYY might need some help. So it's probably for the different reason. They don't want it to fall behind as opposed to catapulting it forward. Insect, of course, is known to camp out that bottom lane whilst he's been on Starhorn Royal Club. So yeah, I think that still will be the start.
Yeah, as we do have the bans coming through, of course, Janna and LeBlanc being taken away on the side of M3, and Lysandra and Rek'Sai being taken away from M3 on the side of Starhorn Royal Club. And pretty standard bans that we've been seeing cropping up. The Janna might be a little bit interesting, but she's just been seeing so much play. She's so huge across the board.
Zero is such a good Janna player. Probably one of the first people in the LPL to really bring that across and show how effective it would be. Sivir being taken off the board. These are very similar bans to what we were seeing yesterday.
Yeah, Sivir's such a popular pick yesterday.
Yeah, the two champions that, for the LPL region in specific, are going to be taken away or picked away every single game.
Very true, and you can almost see the Korean influence coming through here. Of course, LeBlanc sees a fair bit of time there on the ban bench over in that region as well.
Yeah, he's saying that the mid laners in LPL really started to step up, of course. Not really known for having many great mid laners. There are a few. And Jarvan being taken away as well. So this is Lee Sin.
There's a Lee Sin. There's also a Na that is available to be picked up on the side of M3 if they want him. That will give Lee Sin, and potentially a Thresh. And Zero, if he wants to pick up champion, he is like Mad Life 2.0 on that Thresh.
Yeah, he's definitely a very good Thresh player. Can use it defensively as well as being able to set up picks for his team. So I like the versatility of Thresh, particularly if you want to pick a support early on. Zero also plays Nami relatively well as well. It will look like it'll be the Lee Sin being taken away from Insect there. So good first pick up here. We'll be able to influence the top side of the map as we said it needs to.
Insect. Hover in the Shaco.
That's
bringing back some fantastic memories.
He has, of course, played it in the LPL.
Yeah, he got Uzi a pentakill on Vayne with that Shaco. It was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and it looks like they will be locking in Na for the second pick on their side, and potentially a Thresh pickup. I do like those two pickups. Doesn't really give much away from a team comp point of view, but both very solid.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we're talking about as well. These are the 3 picks that we saw being competitive, and they have been picked away. So whatever Starhorn Royal Club couldn't pick up, they pick up the other 2 power picks. And a few hovers coming through here over on the side of M3, and see what Dade wants to do. Whether they're going to leave sort of the top and mid picks to the last round, make sure that there's not as much counter picking available here for Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, I think that will be maybe the tactic, although they are hovering Cassidy, who is an extremely strong pick at the moment. Annie seems to be leaping back into popularity, which is interesting because we've seen mixed results. We've seen some Annies go absolutely huge and others not be able to really lend much. She does have that big AoE CC, as Lucian looks to be the AD carry locked in on M3's side. However, we've also seen that she's extremely squishy in lane, and if you do gank, can be killed repetitively.
Yeah, it's true. And we saw the synergy with Rek'Sai working out really well for EDG, but Rek'Sai, of course, on the ban list at the moment, so we're not going to be able to see that one coming through. And seeing it, Lucian back in the hands of our ED carry players, and he sort of got nerfed a few too many times to really see that massive popularity. Corki coming out as we're seeing that hovered over on the side of Starhorn, sort of in a little bit favor there, and even Ezreal coming back as well, but Candy wanting to go back to that Lucian.
Yeah, so we've seen that, as you said, Lucian's fallen out of the top 3. It seems to be Corki, Ezreal, as well as Graves at the moment, but LPL maybe not picking up the Graves as much. Lucian's still definitely a strong champion, and I'm very surprised that they've decided to leave their jungle for last pick here. Blind picking a Cassidy is definitely a risk, and it will be maybe be able to be punished out of M3 here, as something like Zed does do very well against them.
Yeah, and look, I think it's just Korn saying, look, I want to show everyone that I am Korn 2.0. Korn played an incredible Cassidy yesterday that we saw getting kills everywhere, all over that map. Of course, Rift walking for like a double kill.
I really like the Jace pickup here. Definitely a lane that can bully extremely well. And wow, it might actually even be in the top lane. That might be a mid Annie.
A mid Annie.
Or a top Annie. We've seen
actually
some crazy things.
Top Annie has been coming in just recently. Been seeing a little bit more play in that solo queue, but I didn't know that we were going to be potentially seeing that here in the LPL. Yeah. Because of course we don't have access to solo queue in China. We have no idea what's going on over there.
Yeah, definitely did not expect that one to come through. So it will either be a top Jace and a mid Annie, and wow, it looks like Rengar being picked up by Insect. Of course, he showed his proficiency on that champion, and it does look like Annie will be going into the top lane against that Nut.
So maybe some secret strats. And I mean, it's not unlike Looper to pick up crazy champions. We mentioned the Singed. Also in Worlds, he picked up Akali and wrecked people. Hadn't seen Akali in that top lane for a long time. Of course, thinking back to North America with Westeros and Voyboy over there. But I'm excited to see what Annie can do.
Yeah, he also kind of pulled out the Cassidy as well at Worlds and proved that not only Akali, but Cassidy could also go into his Assassin champion pool. So he definitely has a versatility, known for his tanky laners, I guess, but able to pull out some high damage threats as well. Yeah,
and we'll see how he builds this Annie as well, whether he's just going to be like some sort of molten shield, sort of Tibbers for the stun, sort of a stun bot walking around as like tanky Annie? I'm not even sure. I expect Rod of Ages sort of just damage, wanting to get that stun for a lot of hits.
I think that it will be that. I think that they looked at it in the end because Jace has a very good matchup against Cassidy. So wanting to put a lot of pressure there, but you do need some AP damage on the map. So using Annie as more of that flex pick. Maybe they played in the support role and the top lane. So yeah, it worked out in the end, definitely through Champions League, because that would have been a curveball that Starhorn Royal Club weren't expecting. Yeah, it's true. And with the Corki off the table as well, sort of known for managing to deal with having a Zed on your team and getting some extra magic damage in there in form of that
Phosphorus Bomb and, of course, those rockets as well, really giving you a bit more magic damage and a little bit more mixture so that it does force your opponent to build some of that magic resist. It's definitely a handy idea. But we'll see whether this Annie's going to work out in the top lane. And I think if we're going to trust anyone to do it, it's going to be Looper.
Yeah, but they have a very strong mid-game lineup, so they need to make things happen in maybe the first 25 minutes. Otherwise, the late-game pressure that will come out of Starhorn Royal Club is just too much with that Gnar and with that Kassadin.
That's exactly right, but we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, with M3 on our blue side for this best of 2 and Starhorn Royal Club in the red. Of course, they will be swapping after this next one. And Dade and Korn just checking each other out here in the mid lane.
Yeah, so Dade should be looking to get aggressive in this lane. That's why we see the bottle pick coming out of Kassadin, as we do in a lot of lanes, as Looper gets some early aggression down onto Kola.
Oh, Sonic Wave Resonating Strike actually going to land here as well. Kola's in a lot of trouble, forced to use that flash very early. Ruo, man, so aggressive.
Yeah, and Annie's Q on such a low cooldown early game can just throw it out for the continual harass and has a very smooth auto attack animation. Kola was lucky to get out of that one alive. He flashed over the wall, and the Resonating Strike Sonic Wave combo must have been coming up soon.
Yeah, we'll see whether Annie's going to be Looper's going to be able to capitalize on this lack of flash as well, because if Annie's good at anything, it's setting up ganks, and if anyone can gank early, it's going to be Lee Sin. So Kohler's going to be in a lot of trouble early on unless he's careful, but it looks to me like there might be a lane swap coming in.
Yeah, so electing into that lane swap, I think more importantly, the potion was used, so there would have been no sustain out of Gnar in this lane, and that would have just been devastating against someone that can throw out all of those Qs like Annie. So smart move here to get the double jungle going. Maybe a bit of a late invade coming over onto Ruo as well.
Yeah, we'll see. Ooh, looking dangerous here. This Insect's just coming around.
So they will catch them out here.
Yep, Insect's just going to find Ruo, but they are going to be able to get out. That being said, that's the smite on cooldown. Insect's just going to be able to smite that one away.
That was Ruo's smite used as well early, so had to burn the cooldown and not able to get anything for it. Does ward his blue, so we'll have the timer on that one, but great early game control here coming out of Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, really good rotational move after what was an awkward beginning to this game as well. So managing to come back from a difficult situation has Royal Club.
And the other thing is that Rengar doesn't have a great first clear. It's fine, but he does get relatively low. So having someone help you out to pick up a first clear and then be able to gank with your, as we see Dade going extremely aggressive.
Oh my goodness, look at the order. Has hit level 2 just before Korn did. Now Korn finally dinging on that one. Ruo going down very low as well. He is going to be able to pick up his red buff, so still going to have a lot of gank potential.
Yeah, and Starhorn Royal Club electing to jungle vertically on the top side of the map, so not looking to pick up a 3-buff start for themselves. Kola will be sharing experience from this, so will hit his level 2 before he teleports into the bottom lane, you would suspect, although it looks like a freeze has been successfully set up on the side of M3, so Candy will just be free farming that wave.
Yeah, Lost City just going to come and help out taking this blue buff, the blue sentinel, as it is. So as you said, 2-buff start for both of our junglers, but still working out for
instead of fast pushes being set up in both lanes, so no one looking to really increase the tempo of this game.
Oh my goodness, Dade. Looking to be in a fair bit of trouble here as he's trying to put on as much pressure as possible.
He's cheating to his side of the map. That's a very good play from Dade there, understanding that if they're on the top side of the jungle, then he can't be up there and able to get out of there, no problem whatsoever, although it will mean a 4-man push in the mid lane.
Yeah, 4 men strong coming through here as we do just have HYY clearing out this top, freezing up this top, sorry.
Yeah, so just to expand on that a little bit further, if your jungle is controlled on the bottom side of the map as a mid laner, it is so important to cheat towards that side, because that means that you have reinforcements so much earlier. You know that no one can come from really that side. So yeah, great play from Dade there to understand exactly what he needed to do to get out of that game. Didn't have to burn anything.
Yeah, accelerated shock blast going to come through there as well. Gets a lot of damage down onto Korn.
Hits a slow on the very edge there. That's great Jace mechanics coming out. As we have, once again, Insect rotating into this bottom lane now, although is standing on a ward, so has been spotted out by Candy. Don't think much will come from this game. Yeah,
and in this freeze situation, I mean, it's a little bit harder for a Rengar to really do all that much in this early game where he wants to be leaping from those brushes. And if it's frozen at the turret, I mean, you can't really get in there.
Yeah, and this is 1v2 with in the bottom lane, although it's pushing in Candy's direction, so he's getting all of that farm and all of the experience as well. So he's 2 levels higher than Kola at the moment, and of course Zero down there is soaking experience, so he's not going to catch up anytime soon. Whereas in the top lane, Loop is only just being joined by Love, so he's maybe picking up a little bit more CS for himself.
Yeah, about to hit that level 3. So sort of unable to do it just yet. But HYY more than happy just to go 1v2 here, of course. Against 2 level 2s, if you're level 4 Corki, you're going to be feeling okay. Yeah,
and Insect rotating around now onto the top side of the map. There is a couple of wards spotting him out, and a nice pink ward, just being able to see his path through the jungle. Warding. And that was loved first back there, so really good play coming out of the support player on the side of M3.
Yep. Meanwhile, Candy still just farming up here, has hit level 5 at this stage. He's behind a little bit on CS though, so just wanting to keep freezing this lane.
Yeah, pulled his minions to the side there just to ensure that the freeze continued and that wasn't going to crash into the turret as another accelerated shock blast comes through. CS lead starting to really go in Dade's favor here as he throws down a pink board to keep himself safe as well. Insect may need to get into this mid lane before level 6 to help out.
Yeah, he is hanging around, waiting in the wings, and you can see that tier already stacking as well along with that longsword. Dade.
So Zero clearing out that pink board straight away. So that's 100 gold going to waste from Dade. Maybe saved his life though. That's a big wave starting to build up.
Yeah, Force Pulse. He's going to clear out that wave a little bit. Not too much. And you can see Korn just feeling the pressure. 33-38. So not too bad when you can see him playing so far back, but forced to farm with those abilities.
Yeah, and Ruo once again walking into Insect's jungle to Dade zones Korn off a cannon minion. Just taking it all away from the Rengar player. Of course, the longer you can delay Rengar's level 6, the less of a power spike you'll have. So leaving a Wolf up for himself and making sure that he's using Love CD here just to get as much work done in the early game as possible. That's great work coming out of M3. His counter jungling is a team game as the culling comes out to just push them back to the turret.
Yeah, you can see Candy just playing with no fear here against the level 4s in this bottom side of the map. But so far, I mean, not too much has come out of this one as far as gold advantage is concerned, but with a couple of extra members here in this bottom lane for Royal Club, you could imagine that their focus is going to be on Dragon relatively earlier.
Yeah, Dade once again going aggressive, just getting him as much harass down as possible. He has only got that tier plus the longsword at the moment, so he's definitely in his build-up phase, not expecting to see much damage come through until he grabs maybe an early brutalizer to get some work done, although we have seen more Mana Munes being picked up early just for that 15-minute stack. It's so important to get that fully charged.
Yeah, it's very, very true. As soon as that Mura Mana is completed, Jace becomes a gigantic beast, of course. Having all of that extra mana to throw more accelerated shock blasts is just devastating, especially when you're going to be loitering around that dragon to try and get that one started off. And if you hit 3 people with an accelerated shock blast, that almost gives you a dragon.
Yeah, it certainly does. I'd be interested to see whether Dade is maxing his Q or his W or his E second. It looks like he's going for his W. Against melee matchups, Jace sometimes does elect to go for the E just for the burst damage that can come out of that hammer form, although the persistent damage out of W is just so good at the moment.
Yeah, Lupa might be in a little bit of trouble. Zero is hanging around, but just going to wander out. Going to pick up some souls. Of course, Lupa does know that he's there based on the fact that there are souls sitting on the ground. He's like, buddy, you're not being that stealth because you got these little orbs here that are only there if you're around. So pretty aware of what's going on. Lupa is going to head back to base, though. And we're just going to see a very stale early game. And this is pretty interesting from China, who really want to be fighting. You could imagine they're all sort of itching in their boots at the moment, wanting to get something started.
Yeah, I think that if any, yesterday showed us anything coming into the Chinese scene is that they definitely want to, I guess, group up and take the winning team fights when they can, but they want to do it over smart objective control now. Their ward vision has been great on the side of M3, and they've been able to, I guess, get advantages early in this game by just spotting out where Insect is. And I think that they will be happy to ride into a mid-game power spike that they think that they'll hit a little bit before Starhorn Royal Club. Although the team fighting prowess and pick potential from Starhorn Royal Club really needs to, I guess, be monitored closely by M3. Because in a 5v5, I think they win at the first Dragon. However, if anyone gets picked off, we've seen that it can be so devastating.
Yeah, not to mention the Poe coming out of Jace as well, so that could be scary. Plus, you don't really mention sort of synergy between Lucian and Jace, but as the sidestep does come in from Candy, does get hit by the boomerang there just a little bit, but it's not quite a death sentence as far as danger is concerned. But yeah, having Lucian with the culling as well as those shock blasts mean you can have a bit of extra range to finish off those targets.
Yeah, and Dade's picked up a blue buff for himself, has elected to go that brutalizer, so his damage has taken a pretty big spike, and maybe because they're looking for an early dragon here, doesn't want to have that lull that comes out of picking up the Mana Mune, as wow, so much damage coming through now. But I think they need to be careful of the back timing coming out of Candy. It is already 10 minutes, and they know that he hasn't gone back. As is
Zero actually coming through. Dade might have to flash. He is going to. Death Sentence is going to land, though, and that's going to be first blood onto Dade. That being said, the teleport came through from Looper, but he's taking so much damage. Ruo does pick up Insect, but that's going to be Looper falling down straight away, and this Lee Sin has to run for his life. Korn's just going to Rift Walk over. There's the Force Pulse as well. Another Flay, and that is going to be a well-deserved kill for Zero. What a brilliant turnaround from Starhorn.
Yeah, and that all started from Zero's map movement, coming into the mid lane, able to react. Good teleports coming through from Looper, to try and affect the outcome of that team fight, but in the end, just not enough. Too many members in the mid lane, and they won't rotate into a Dragon for this, so that one will still be up. And 3 kills to 1, that's a very good start, especially when you think that M3 might have had more of a mid-game power spike with that Annie and with that Jace.
Yeah, and as soon as you take away the Jace before he can do any work before that fight starts, that's exactly how you deal with what Dade's trying to do this game. So it was beautiful work, and making sure that they kept onto that Death Sentence until after he blew that flash was just beautiful as well. Just a really well orchestrated 3-man gank there in the mid lane, and there wasn't much Dade could do.
Yeah, and understanding where the pressure on the map was being applied and what the appropriate response was to be. As we see the culling come out, and wow, HYY just eating the whole of that. That's half of his HP gone in one ability.
Yeah, forced to use that Valkyrie as well, which is on a gigantic cooldown. But he's going to be okay. Just putting the pressure on there in this bottom lane as we do go back to standard lanes, of course. And I think this is really intelligent from N3, noticing that they want to get the majority of their players on the bottom side of the map. Yeah,
definitely want to set up for that Dragon fight. It's now 12 minutes in. We've been seeing Dragons between about 12 and 16 minutes being taken at the moment just because of the increased damage, and Polar's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, oh, the flash just as the Dragon Rage kick was coming through, so Ruo not going to be able to kick him back towards the turret. And as Meganar comes in, Cole is going to be more than fine here in the top lane.
Yeah, so Ruo trying to get the water hop in. That will mean the Dragon is started up because they saw the jungler from the side of M3 on the top side of the map, and that will be Insect grabbing the first Dragon for his team. Smite is up and it will be secured. So far, Starhorn and Royal Club just looking like they're controlling the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, beautifully well played and well reacted to as well. It was almost instantaneous. They saw Ruo in the top lane and then just said, nah, we're going to Dragon.
Yeah, so HYY coming in has been able to stay even on CS in this talk. He will have his Trinity Force finish very soon. And we said there, not much known about this AD carry coming in, as we see even more pressure in the mid lane. And he's really started to, I guess, hit his stride as Corki and will be looking to be in a very strong position in this mid game.
Yeah, almost has that phase completed. So only about sort of 1,600 gold before that Trinity Force is going to be done, and that power spike is going to be gigantic. And the fact that they skipped the need for any of those items in a Dragon fight means that they can focus on denying the first Dragon from M3 over and over again.
Yeah, and he's up 700 gold already at 13 minutes into this game with his 1 kill and 2 assists, so being able to affect the map more than Lucian has. And Lucian's got a BF sword and a pickaxe, and this should be the time that he can actually do get a little bit of work done, especially with the synergy between Braum and Lucian's passives that come through in lane.
Yep.
Does make them extremely difficult to deal with. There's Kola looking to get aggressive, but Lupa and Ryu's right there.
Oh, there's a bounce right into the Nether. Wallop coming in as well. Throws a rock at him. Insect's going to be the focus here of Lupa, but he's not going to be taken down in time. There's a Death Sentence coming in as well. Ruo forced to use that safeguard to get to safety. Has been slowed down, but is going to be safe here, and what beautiful play from Kola. I mean, there was nothing Lupa could do for about 4 seconds.
Yeah, and once again, the rotations of Zero and Insect around the map is setting everything up for their teams at the moment. Ruo looking to defend this turret. He might be in a little bit of trouble, though. That Gnar still does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that Hyper Proc coming in as well for so much damage onto Ruo. They are going to be able to take this top outer turret as Candy and Love are going to put lots of pressure here in the bottom lane. So it might be a turret trade here as long as the creep wave does get here in time. And Ruo actually manages to save the outer turret in the top lane.
Yeah, he has for now. But Kola still pushing it on this one, looking to get one more creep wave in there. They've bought Zero and Insect back, so maybe a little bit of a bait from Kola here, pretending that he's overstaying for the turret. Although it doesn't look like he's going to go super aggressive. The bottom lane turret has fallen in the meantime. A massive wave down there. Someone will have to go take that out, and it looks like it will be the mid laner.
Yep, Lupa does have his stun ready, so a little bit safe here, but just managed to buy a Seeker's arm guard, so wants to build up that Zhonya's as soon as possible, and I think that's a smart idea. As we saw, he was in a lot of trouble.
I think you'll just sit on the Seeker's arm guards and maybe finish the Morello Nomicon. Of course, mana regen at CDR are so important especially on someone like Annie, where you want to get through as many spell rotations as possible to keep getting that passive stun up.
Yes.
So I think that he's just sitting on that for a little bit of AP and a little bit of armor against what is a relatively mixed comp, but Insect, of course, getting around the map so much with all of that AD.
Yeah. We'll see what. Yeah, it's the duo combo between the top and jungle that's really going to ruin his day, as we just saw. Looper standing on a ward here, so Royal Club just going to back away. Definitely respecting the Annie stun, though. Sitting on 3 charges, and I think this is really intelligent as well. You don't really know unless you look at how many charges he's got as to whether that stun is going to be ready, and counting that number in the bottom side of your screen is a little bit harder than just seeing the swirling.
Great grouping there from M3 to be able to take out that mid turret. They've picked up 2 objectives for themselves now, realizing that the top lane was probably going to go down anyway, so just group up, take a more important objective in the middle of the map, and then just go out and push out all the lanes again, reset.
Yep. As that did happen, I mean, Candy did manage to get a bit of farm down there in the bottom lane, but HYY has been impressing me with the fact that he's
popped his ultimate in the mid lane, trying to get onto Dade once again.
Yeah, actually, Descent's not going to land here as Dade's come through. The box is going to be down, and there's the double knock-up coming in from the ultimate with that Glacial Fissure. Double kill coming through for Dade, and they just underestimated the AoE coming out of this Jace.
Yeah, being able to collapse this time onto Zero, who was looking for the flank because of good ward coverage, was key in turning that, and now Cole is in a little bit of trouble, has to try and back.
Yeah, Candy's coming through, but he's going to be able to get the passive proc stun from that Braum. Beautifully well played, and Candy's so aggressive as well.
And all of a sudden, 3 kills onto the mid laner for M3. We said that Dade maybe not playing extremely well at the moment, but has definitely shown up in this match. 3-1-1 and a 20 CS lead has really got this Jace in his mid-game power spike. Gone back and picked up a last Whisper now. He's going to be doing so much work in this next Dragon fight.
Oh, that is definitely key. Those sort of double armor penetration items just to maximize that spell damage as well. So these shock blasts are going to be hitting for so much.
Yeah, meanwhile, Korn splitting in the bot lane wasn't actually there for that last team fight. So he needs to be able to impact the map. I get he's picking up some nice CS for himself. And wow, Dade going aggressive. That might have been a mistake.
Zero's coming in here as well. The Ignite's already down onto him. It's going to get flayed back, but look at the damage onto Zero. Oh my goodness, I thought that could have been an Ignite ticking, but no, it's going to be Dade falling down. Korn picking up a kill, much needed kill in this Cassidy to get him going.
Yeah, horrible timing of Dade there to go aggressive because Dragon's up in 40 seconds. That's going to, I guess, force his team to lose all control of the bottom side of the map. You just see the wards that are coming out of Starhorn Royal Club going to be able to rotate Insect down there as Ryu. Rio wants a piece of Korn now.
So I think he did for a moment and then decided, oh, no. Kicks that Cassidy all the way back away, but he's going to be safe.
Yeah,
so I don't know why I was testing the waters there.
Has picked up his Sightstone as well as boots too, so he's relatively tanky at this point of the game. We'll be looking to maybe initiate team fights because apart from a flash Tibbers, they really don't have much to get it going.
Yeah, do they want to be starting these fights though, with the fact that they've got some pretty decent disengage with that Glacial Fissure? And they want to be poking out with these shock blasts?
Yeah, they definitely want to be poking out, but once that happens, you need to be able to get in there and not just allow the other team to walk away, especially because Starhorn Royal Club has got the first Dragon already. If they poke out enough, they definitely want to be able to get in there. Insect going once again with that ultimate has been spotted by a pink ward.
Yeah, he's going to leap onto it. And that is going to be the thrill of the hunt down as we do have M3 coming back through here, trying to defend that one out. They are going to defend that pink as well. HYY taking half his health in damage here as well. Ardent Blaze is coming through with those shock blasts as well. Lots of poke from M3, and they're clearing out all of the vision. The much-desired Scuttle Crab going to fall down as well.
Yeah, Kohler sitting in a nice position rage-wise for that passive to come through. Does have his ultimate available, but the poke coming out of Dade is just making this Dragon fight so hard.
Kohler gets a huge gnar onto that Dragon wall. Royal Club are a little bit far away for that one to happen, but it could be terrifying. Corn just going to split push.
Sending mid laners to opposite lanes, both teams grouping up, not looking for a flank at the moment, although Lucian has gone down into the middle lane. He's in very big danger of being collapsed on right here.
Yeah, we do have the culling coming through from Candy, just trying to clear out this wave and stop Kohler from picking up that turret for free. He is going to get that one as well. Descent's on the love seat as well, and we've got a gigantic knock coming in, a 3-man stun. Rue getting stunned up. Brilliant Lantern Ride, going to get Kohler out of danger as well after getting his full combo off. Korn just going to rift walk over the wall, but no one going to die yet. And I thought that was definitely going to be the team fight that was going to net them a few kills across this map.
Yeah, no follow-up coming through, and it looks like Dragon will be following, but Sahon Royal Club one apiece. No, missing the
gutsy
hook.
Dragon, but Ruo with a brilliant smite going to take that one down, and no death sentence is going to be had from Zero.
Yeah,
so M3 managed to get this.
A lot of scuffling, I guess, and they trade a turret in the bottom lane for a Dragon. M3 definitely coming ahead in that one because Dragons are just so key at the moment.
Yeah, and the fact that this is their first Dragon as well, so it's one Dragon apiece. The next Dragon's not as important to pick up than those 8% extra stats that just get so powerful in the later game.
Yeah, especially for people like Dade, who's building so much flat AD and penetration.
Yep.
Just means that the AD stats are so much more worthwhile.
Yeah, Looper just going to come back and clear out this wave, and we haven't necessarily seen how relevant he is going to be in this top lane Annie position, but he is still doing fine on CS, only about 10 down to Cola here.
Yeah, has managed to pick up that Morellonomicon as well, so getting into his build. Actually reasonably even across all lanes, apart from maybe mid, where Dade has built himself a little bit of a lead. Korn definitely not doing badly on Kassadin. Looks like he's moving towards Azonya's Hourglass as his next item. But 3, 2, and 1, Dade looking to be this mid lane beast. Now going to go back and pick up that, I would guess it would be a Manamune.
Yeah, do you think that that double pink ward could have been actually on purpose, just so that, you know, while a Royal Club are clearing out those pinks, the Dade can get some extra poke? Because that's 10 hits to take them down.
I would be interested if that's the case.
I think it might be a little bit of some slight communication issues with the fact that there are sort of Koreans and Chinese on this team that don't necessarily speak both languages fluently.
And we see once again both teams just happy to go back to split pushing and picking up even more farm. Starhorn Royal Club do have a slight gold lead, but it's 20 minutes into the game. This game could honestly go either way. The evolution has come out of Dade's Manamune to that Muramana now, so he's in a very good spot. And Korn getting maybe collapsed on in this top lane.
Yeah, this tower is going down very quickly as there are 5 members here. Insect's going to try and come in with that Thriller Hump, but everyone knows that he is hanging around. There's the culling coming in as well. Candy's going to get slowed down there just a little bit. Winter's Bite is going to hit him. Look at that Force Pulse getting so much damage over everyone. They're trying to chase him down. Oh, Death Sentence just not landing, and Dade's here now. He wants to get these Shock Blast in, wants to get these Royal Club members low so that they can turn this one around.
Yeah, so using the Kassadin slow to kind of corral people together. Insect unfortunately missed his second bowler. Otherwise may have been to lock someone down.
Oh, there's the flash timbers onto Korn there. Is going to go down very, very low, but not quite enough to kill him. The playback was beautiful, and look at this box doing so much zoning. No one's going to fall down except Korn cannot hang around here. It's going to be 5v4.
Yeah, so they pick up a turret for their trouble. May even be able to push through for another one as they're still grouped as 5. No, electing to back off. Great flash stun. No, it was a Tibber, sorry. It just has gone on cooldown. So great flash Tibbers out of Looper there to get that one started for his team.
Yeah, and keeping a Kassadin down as well to the point where he can't go back in with that Rift Walk is definitely key here, and did manage to pick them up an objective. So definitely worth the use of that Summoner spell by Looper, and not afraid to pull the trigger as well.
Yeah, so HYY on Corky is elected to, I guess, maybe a blasphemous player because he's not going for that Blade of the and King's second item.
What
looks
is
like
this? This isn't China?
Looks like he is going for potentially even a Bloodthirster.
Yeah, it does have that longsword there as well, so might be wanting to pick up a Bloodthirster, and I haven't seen that since like Chaox's Corky. Like, that was a long time ago when Bloodthirster was the second item buy, but see what he does decide to do. I mean, that longsword might just be hanging out, like who knows.
Yeah, it could just be going for his most efficient gold buy, although is not very slot efficient at this point in the game. I would expect it to be a Bloodthirster coming out, and with the amount of burst damage that can happen, Bloodthirster acts as a quasi-defensive item, I guess.
Yeah,
so
with that
maybe
extra
just
shield
looking
as well.
to get his HP pool a little bit higher. I think the danger here for M3 is how big this Nart is getting in the top lane. Cola has been able to CS completely unharassed. He's 150 CS. He's picked up his Randuins and his Ninja Tablet. Now working on what will possibly be a Banshee's Veil. So he's just getting a lot of work done and may turn into this late game beast that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. But you can't discount Dandy. I mean, not Dandy, sorry, Dade. Very difficult here, the Samsung players. Of course, on different teams. Candy is going to clear out this wave as well. Unbreakable going to stop any of these skills from coming in, even the Death Sentence. Although that one's going to miss anyway. But Dade really wants to utilize this mid-game spike now that he's hit. I mean, he's going to get less and less relevant as this game goes later and later. As Candy's actually going to get hooked up here as well. Phosphorus bomb onto multiple members as well. Very scary. Half health now for the bottom lane of M3.
Yeah, and Looper does have his teleport up, so they do need to be careful. They're pushed pretty far up, and there is a ward behind them. So if M3 want to go in, there is a way for them to do it, although it looks like they're just giving up this mid lane turret.
Yeah, the culling and the shock blast going to come in to clear out the wave, though, so it is still going to survive. Descent's not going to quite find its mark. Zero just fishing for the members of M3.
And they will break up. Nah has already evolved, so that one won't be available for the team fight. There's a massive wave in the bottom lane, so he'll just go clear that one out. And once again, nothing much happening around this map.
Yeah, good wave manipulation here by M3, making sure that they do have a wave that needs attention on the side of Royal Club. 15
seconds till Dragon, so Royal Club currently have good vision control over the area, but M3 has grouped up and are looking to push through now.
Nice scrying orb to discover the members of Royal Club hanging out over the side there. That banana brush going to get warded up as well, and Scuttle Crab is going to be taken here as the ward does escape. Oh, no, it doesn't. Don't worry about it. No vision is allowed in this river.
So M3 have complete control of this now. They're Starhorn Royal Club forced to come through a choke. We'll be taking so many shock blasts to the face, but managed to wrest controls. Insect, looking for a pick again.
Oh, the Rift Wall coming in. There's the Force Pulse onto a couple of members as well. Rua gets stunned up. The Descent's going to land as well, but that's going to be on the big member. Look at Cola. Gets immediately kicked out, though, so no Gna's going to be happening. Lupus coming in. That Gna was massive, and Cola is wrecking through the team. Look at Korn's damage as well. They're trying to escape, but they can't. Instant ace coming through for Royal Club. That was out of control.
Ruo's kick was so good, but the flash Gna coming in through from Cola hit 5 members. That was so huge. Just understanding that once he'd been kicked out, there was nothing else they could do to get rid of him. Able to CC everyone up. The follow-up persistent damage out of a Cassidy and Corki at this point in the game is just massive. Able to clean house with the ace for only one member. Pick up the mid turret and a dragon. That's a 4,000 gold lead out of absolute nowhere.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. As we saw, I mean, Cola was on 0-1-1 before that. That's 5 extra assists. That guy hit everyone in that fight. Just beautifully played. And you have to mention Korn now. 3-0-6 now on Cassidy. And that Force Pulse across the whole team after that Gna came in just meant that M3 had to scatter.
Yeah, and now Corki, HYY, has also been able to pick up his Bloodthirster, so his damage has taken a nice spike. He does also have the ability to get that shield up from his Bloodthirster, so will be a little bit tankier as well. And 3-0-5, he's had a terrific first showing here against Candy, who we have to say has been a little bit lackluster on this Lucian.
Yeah, hasn't really quite been able to make his mark. Did have a little bit of a moment of brilliance there in the top lane when he managed to get that kill onto Dade, or help out with it at least, as Dade himself is going to pick up this blue buff.
Yeah, and Dade has picked up a QSS, is worried about that Gna now, does not want to get chain CC from Cola, so able to get a defensive item, but I don't know where the damage output's going to come after Dade pokes them down. It just feels like they haven't really thought this through enough. The Annie's really not done much for me in this game, and in a top lane where you're against a Gna who's being just a huge beast in these team fights, Looper seems to have absolutely no response.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to get his tippers down, but didn't quite do enough damage. With that, of course, we're used to seeing this big bear come out of the sky and rip people apart, but it's just not quite the impact that Looper wants it to have at this stage of the game, having to go for that defensive Zhonya's instead of, say, the death cap for really wrecking people. Really actually needs the Zhonya's as well.
And the evolution of Insect's Rengar in this team comp is also extremely interesting. He was one of the last pros to really hang on to that damage build that can come out of Rengar and try and, I guess, assassinate the backline. Has used his ultimate with a lot of cooldown reduction more as a scouting tool to be able to set up this Gna Cassidy combo that you just can't escape from, and then throw bowlers and try and peel for his backline. So he's definitely played this game well. Not a carry for his team at the moment, but setting up a lot of the team fights as they're now doing Baron completely off team.
Yeah, and Cola just like gonna hang out in this mid lane, keep this one pushing, but you can see Baron already down to half health, and they're having no worries here. No one can see what's going on. Scrying Orb not even available, so they can't check it with that one. That's Baron going to be taken. Insect went down incredibly low. Valkyrie over the wall, and Cola just going to hang back up here and say, yep, no, you guys, you missed out on that one.
That's inexcusable. When a team disappears at 30 minutes for about 15 seconds and only leaves one member in the mid lane, you need to have a ward around that Baron area. But great play from Starhorn Royal Club to be able to set up a line of wards there and just ensure that, I guess, the Gnar was enough of a deterrent in the mid lane to not want them to check.
Yeah, and it just shows that M3 are playing scared at this stage. That last team fight was just so brutal that M3 just don't really necessarily know how to set up the fights that they want. They're not really getting out of their team comp what they needed to provide for them.
Yeah, and you would think at 30 minutes now, we mentioned that Dade had his power spike. That's nearly over now. Castanen, of course, is an absolute monster at this part of the game, so the door may be closing for M3 here. Not really much that they can do apart from maybe set up a pick, but even then, there's some very tanky members.
Yeah, and this is already a 3-item Cassidy and has that Merlonomicon finished off as well. So a little bit of extra cooldown reduction, bit of extra mana regen as well. So he's going to be Rift walking around this one very easily.
I've thought about the Bloodthirster build on Corki a little bit, and I think it may be to do with sieging turrets. They don't have a great siege composition with Gnar and Cassidy not being able to really hit the turret that easy. So having a Trinity Force and a Bloodthirster and just being able to use your Trinity Force procs to slowly whittle down a turret while you have the Thresh Lantern behind ready to pull you to safety will make up for a lot of their problems that they do having taking these turrets down.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Not to mention the fact that you have that shield as well for a little bit of added safety if you are going to get shot at while you're trying to make up for that lower range. I very much enjoy this pickup. Bit of a blast from the past as well. I mean, it's always fun.
Yeah, definitely. And we see Lupa trying to clear out the minions in the bottom lane. Looks like a rotation will be coming through from Starhorn Royal Club. Swapping pressure from mid to top, making sure that they're just sticking together in the jungle, looking for picks where they possibly can. But some nice defensive wards coming out of M3.
Yeah, that being said, Royal Club definitely going to be pressuring forward with their warding as Mega Gnar is going to come through from Kohler, and that's going to mean that M3 have to back out. They need to respect this gigantic Gnar, who now has a Banshee's Veil as well as that Randuin.
Koro and Kohler today and yesterday have both impressed me with their management of Gnar's passive.
The has been popped. There's the flash of the Death Sense, but it's going to land onto a minion. Glacial Fission's going to follow up though, and they really want to get a fight started. That's going to be immediately Zero falling down. Korn's going to pop that Zhonya's, but I think that he may not last very long as well. Candy with a double kill as they trade only for the support player is HYY. He's going to get caught by the Sonic Wave as well. Valkyrie not going to be enough. Is going to pick up the kill in response. Lupa picking that one. And the back going to come through from Kohler, assisted, of course, by that Baron buff. But a nice turnaround from M3 after a little bit of an overzealous engage by Zero.
Yeah, Zero and Insect both wanted to go, although the passive Mega Gnar was running out for Kohler. He was not able to do anything that fight except for throw out some boomerangs. So great understanding of exactly when they had to fight coming out of M3. Now the Dragon's up in about, yeah, it's up right now, and there's still 15 seconds on HYY.
Yeah, and with so many members of Royal Club dead as well, that means a lot of members don't have that Baron, so that extra split push potential not going to be coming through as much as Ardent Blaze is going to be used to pop
they
that
need to be
Banshees.
careful. Solo's so tanky, and he has got that Evolve coming through in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, this Dragon's down so low. Descent's going to go wide yet again. Dragon is switching around with that focus, and Insect is going to be able to get a little bit more pressure. Oh, Dandy manages to steal it as well. I mean, Dade, sorry, with that accelerated shock blast. It's probably doing more damage than Smite, so I wouldn't blame Insect too much for that.
Yeah, trying to get the Dragon. Another one picked up from M3. Great play from Dade coming out there. They did disengage extremely well from away from that Mega Gnar, who we have spoken about, so able to pick up an objective against the Tide, but you still feel that there is a clock on this game with Gnar just getting bigger and bigger. He's only 0, 2, and 7. That's the thing, but it's just providing so much utility in these team fights.
Yeah, he certainly is. The thing I do want to mention is the fact that Candy had a much greater showing in that last team fight that they did win before. So managing to pick himself up a couple of kills, now has that last Whisper under his belt, as well as the Vampiric Scepter. Probably going towards that Bloodthirster, but I wouldn't really mind if he picked up that Blade of the Ruined King as well for a little bit more mobility.
Yeah, maybe it wouldn't be too bad as well because he will be hitting, I guess, Kohler a lot in these team fights, so will do some extra damage against all that HP. Insect did burn his ult one more time, just looking for a pick, using it very much as a scouting tool with all the CDR in his build. Has picked himself up a Randuin's Omen as well. I think a Locket of the Iron Solari needs to come out next just because of how much damage is starting to come out of Looper at this point in the game. And wow, they've started another fight.
Oh, Winter's Bite's going to come through. Destin's going to come down as well as that Phosphorus Zone. Love City already down so low, but Cola gets obliterated straight away. Korn's going to come in, get a Force Pulse, and then use the Zonyas, but he's going to have to rip walk out of that one immediately. 3 members get hit by that Phosphorus Bomb, but it is so far a 1-for-1. But without Cola in this fight, it's going to mean that Royal Club are going to have to get the heck out of here.
Yeah, now the last Whisper's been finished up on HYY. He's doing so much burst damage, deterring the chase that could have come out of M3. But once again, just on a knife edge, that evolution. If it had have came through, it would have been a 1-team fight easily, but a great kick away. All of the damage coming through, blowing up this Nah,
and really intelligent communication coming through from M3 as well. This side that we're talking about has a couple of extra Koreans coming in, maybe weren't going to be able to communicate as effectively, but knowing when to go in, exactly when that Nah was unavailable, was just beautiful.
Yeah, and just doing a great job of, I guess, being able to stop all the CC that would have came through. So looks like Looper looking to pick up a Void Staff as his next item. So once he gets that, he'll be doing a lot more damage as Insect, once again, burning that ultimate.
Yeah, Thriller Hunt coming down, going to throw out that bowler as well. Teleport's actually coming in here from Cola. He wants to get something started. Unbreakable's going to be used. Descent's going to land, though. Love CD taking a lot of damage, but that's the support. It's not necessarily someone you really worry about taking that damage too much. Just needs to get that Glacial Fissure off, which isn't even off cooldown yet.
And it's a Braum support, so he's just so tanky at this point in the game. It's going to take a lot to blow him up, and it's not necessarily the target they want. In fact, it's just outright not the target they want to be
it's
using
flat
cooldowns
out
on.
Not what you want to hit.
Yeah, so looks like there will be a wasted teleport coming through.
But again,
the Sash being picked up by Corki now, so resting on 3 damage items, whereas it looks like Candy is going for a 4, so eventually he will start doing a little bit more damage than this Corki in these long drawn-out team fights.
Yeah, of course, that's that quadra item situation that a lot of these AD carries do find themselves building. Going to have that Bloodthirst finished off very, very soon. And Candy's just going to be a gigantic damage threat.
Yeah, so 2-1 and 4 now, has really stepped up his game in the last couple of minutes. Also built himself up a CS advantage. It's really impressive to see how they move around the map with Candy and just try and get him as much CS as possible. Dade, of course, still farming this out, has picked up his Youmuu's Ghostblade, as well as a Hex Drinker for a little bit of extra protection against this Cassinan pickup.
Oh, the Chilling Smite actually going to land on Insect here. Ruo wanting to get the Dragon Rage kick, kicks him into the Baron Pit as well. The Shock Blast going to land. Candy's going to pick up the kill credit.
And
Everyone
that shows the importance of the Scuttle Crab Shine. Able to get the movement speed up. The team was able to catch up to Insect there, blow him up. Surprised they're actually not turning around for a Baron here, just preferring to siege with their comp. I think their comp sieges relatively well regardless. I think a neutral objective could have been the right choice here, but they will be able to pick up potentially a mid-turret and even be able to push through. There's still 15 seconds on Insect.
Yeah, and look at all the damage to this turret as well. It's going to be a Force Pulse immediately taking a lantern. Dade's going to go forward to take down that turret. Korn's going to use that Zonya's Collar, taking so much damage from Korn, but Lupa's being caught up. The double Timber's Stun going to come in into the Zonyas as well. Lupa flashing out of there, but he's going to die eventually. The Nah, look at the cleanup squad coming through now for Royal Club. Ruo, you're not going to be able to flash far enough, buddy, unless Korn just decides to let you live, which is what he's going to. Didn't have too much mana.
Too many charges on that Rift Ward coming through. That will be the possible inhibitor coming out if Kola wants to take this one out. No, just electing to rotate over to Baron. So you see the different mindset in teams. Get a pick, go down mid lane, lose a team fight. Now this has turned into a 4-man, I guess that was a 4v5 and just a devastating team fight. They'll actually be able to pick up both objectives here, leaving Korn in that mid lane to grab the turret, able to grab the Baron here as well. Really nice play coming out of Starhorn Royal Club after maybe a little bit of a disappointing pick that went through for M3.
Yeah, and M3 just hanging around a little bit too long. That last hit on that turret to finish it off by Dade really putting them in an awkward position here as a second Baron going down.
Just not respecting the AoE damage that comes out of Cassidy and Corki, and then able to get that, once again, big Nah. And we've talked about how hard Nah can change CC and just take you out of a team fight. Really well played, once again, out of the top lane. So 2, 3, and 10 now for Kola. Really having a strong showing on this Nah. Now picked up a Thornmail as well. He's going to be nearly impossible to kill. Maybe even rotating into a GA, so you might have to kill him twice at this point.
Yeah, that's just so scary. You can see that Kola, with that Banshee spell, is probably enough magic resistance to deal with Lupa. And then, you know, Candy and Dade not going to be able to do anything to this guy. Triple armor items that are gigantic. so scary. This Dragon's going to go down. Royal Club going to be able to potentially pick that one up. Ooh, Sonic Wave's going to land on it, though. Resonating Strike's available, but looking pretty dangerous. Ardent Blaze not going to be enough damage in order to get that.
Great movement out of Kohler there, just walking towards the team with his ultimate, once again, off cooldown, would have been able to bound over that wall and get another nice Gnar, so they didn't have any opportunity to be able to go in on that Dragon. Another free objective for Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, another thing we got to mention is the power spike that Korn just managed to get as well. Doesn't have his Void stuff yet, but that's a Rabbidan's death cap on a Kassadin that's 6, 1, and 8. This guy's Force Pulses are going to be doing so much AoE damage, and he's going to be nuking people with his Q.
And the Frozen Heart's being finished up by Zero. I think that's an important pickup for both Dade and Candy to be aware of, because if Zero's anywhere near them, going to be, I guess, mitigating a lot of their damage output as they have to burn the culling just to get rid of that Siege minion.
Yeah, of course, extra range on that one with that Baron available. Not going to be able to be hit by the turret.
They're waiting for Kohler to get enough rage up here as well. A nice bit of poke coming out of that Kassadin Thresh combo. I think that as soon as Kohler has enough rage to transform, they will look for a dive here.
Yeah, they do have the creep wave here as well. Those melee minions with that Baron buff have so much extra health. Korn actually coming through aggressively. They are going to be able to take down that turret. There's a death sentence onto Rio as well. The box coming through. Everyone getting zoned out of this one. Korn going to pop the Zhonya's Hourglass. Kohler's down very, very low, but look at the members of M3. They're getting taken down. Looper's going to have to get the heck out of this fight. Dade very low. There's a Gnar to get the carries back into the team. It's going to be Love CD falling down. Candy getting obliterated, and Dade and Looper just wondering where their Chinese friends went.
As we see once again, the potence of Gnar in a team fight. Jumping forward, getting a two-man Gnar, able to chain it with the W once again. Just so much CC coming through. And then the persistent damage from Kassadin. Korn has played this game absolutely beautifully, as HYY takes a lot of damage from Dade. Has to back out of that one.
Gets exhausted as well. Dade picking up that summoner spell, and they're trying to chase this one out. Acceleration Gate going to be fantastic for that. Zero going to tank up that accelerated Shock Blast, and Looper just wants to get the stun. Oh my goodness, that bowler was fantastic from Insec, and that's going to let them get to safety.
Yeah, and more importantly, Kohler is just sacrificing his life every time to jump into the team as the sole really tanky member and just set up the team fight. He doesn't care about his KD at this point. He's got 4 deaths, and every single one of them, except for the first one, has been him trying to jump in and make action happen. And it's just giving the team such an advantage. Now 10,000 gold in the lead at 41 minutes.
And also using his ultimate in the way that it needs to be used as that team fight dictates as well. Using it that time to just get the members a little bit closer to Royal Club instead of going for that stun against the wall. Just knowing exactly what he wants to do and the ins and outs of his champion as well.
Yeah, has now picked up that Distortion enchantment as well for the added flash cooldown and teleport. So going to be able to do that even more often, of course, using it almost like a flash tip as initiate at this point. So that's going to be even scarier.
Speaking of which, there is a Distortion enchant coming through for Looper as well, so that he can use his Flash Tib as initiate at the same time. Does have a Void Staff as well, so might be doing a little bit more relevant damage coming through. And has another Fiendish Codex, looking for some more cooldown reduction and maybe that DFG so that he can just get rid of someone straight out.
Yeah, but there's just really few options for him. Unless he gets exactly onto HYY, who does have that QSS, he's not really going to be able to blow anyone out. As we have a massive wave in the bottom lane with 2 super minions starting to build up. Transform comes out of Kohler, so maybe not the dive going to be available anytime soon. But you have to think this is only a matter of time before they have to send someone into that bottom lane. Then they can just tank out the turret and take another objective for their team.
Yeah, Royal Club going to see Dade down here trying to deal with these super creeps. This might spell go, but Kohler is going to go back into that mini Gnar. You can see just transforming back. Adorable little Gnar.
For now.
Yeah, for now. He's going to want to build up that rage yet again. And that
we see Dade actually just taking out the super creeps and leaving the rest of the minions on the turret. So that won't be enough to take it down. Does buy them a little bit more time as the poke comes through onto Candy once again from Korn.
Very aggressive. Have to use that Rift Walk aggressively.
They need to go very soon because those super creeps are starting to do a lot of damage. They tried to send Looper down there because he has the teleport and there is a ward behind Starhorn Royal Club, but he just wasn't able to clean the minions out fast enough. They're going to have to keep Dade or Candy there.
Oh, Korn actually going over the wall that Rift Walking taking the lantern back in. They're going to try and get some damage. Oh, Candy gets obliterated straight away. Korn's burst just too much. Dade forced to get back. Love City's going to flash out of this one as well. And Royal Club just take control of this base.
Yeah, this has been a textbook late game from Royal Club. Did have a little bit of trouble in the early game, but since then have just been able to take complete control of the objectives. Now getting bottom lane pushed up.
Oh, the Gnar under 3 members as well. Dade's going to get blown up. Korn unable to get quite back in, but there's the Force Pulse. Looper uses that. The Zhonya's, but it's not going to be enough to save him. Ruo, the only one alive now. And it's going to be Royal Club pushing through for the finish. What a beautiful passage of play by these guys.
And you really have to question leaving Gnar up in that situation and not even electing to first pick the Gnar.
Yeah, and then picking a very interesting champion into it that I guess that Looper had a plan using this anti-top, but it just was unable to come through, especially in that lane swap situation.
Yeah, it didn't work out whatsoever. In the end, he was just way too tanky. There was absolutely nothing they can do unless they burn everything.
Yeah.
And then Korn on Kassadin was just doing so much damage. That was a 1 combo at the end to just take Candy off the map.
Yeah, it was. And this was Kassadin that was played into a counter-picked Jace as well, coming out of Dade, who played brilliantly throughout that game. You can't discount the way he played. This is definitely the Dade that we know and love, the guy that has all of the sweet mechanics and the ability to play his champions, but just was irrelevant as far as that game went as well.
Yeah, well, the game just went too long and members got too tanky. Insec, of course, got extremely tanky on Rengar, and then that Gnar was just absolutely massive in the top lane out of Cola. So I guess the 2 shining lights, as you said, were their jungler. Lee Sin had some great kicks of Gnar out of team fights. He even nearly turned one around the Dragon Pit when Gnar had to flash back in. And I think Dade, he had a terrific early game, but wasn't able to translate it into anything. So expect them to either pick much more late game orientated, because it's going to be a team fight based game, or just go super early game and try and push it through.
Yeah, and really try and get these standard lanes as well. They need to put pressure on the fact that HYY is a sub that they haven't been playing with for very long and also hasn't had experience in the competitive scene. He needs to get the pressure put on him if M3 really want to push the pressure points of Starhorn. But we are going to go for a quick break, but we'll be back with Game 2 very, very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Siberian. We're back for Game 2 between Starhorn Royal Club and M3, formerly World Elite Academy. And what a first game by Royal Club.
Yeah, we're going to call it, I think, Cola's revenge. After he just absolutely destroyed Lupa in those team fights. Came up absolutely massive on that Nah. And yeah, just Royal Club coming out huge.
Yeah, doing massive things with a member of their team that they weren't necessarily prepared to play with. HYY playing fantastically, you have to admit. I mean, we were thinking that he was going to be a weak link of this team. Definitely held his own. Stayed ahead on items throughout that game. Mostly Candy did sort of have a shining moment towards that later mid-game, but not really managing to have the impact that HYY did, even in just a sub role. But they are back into this champion select with Royal Club on our blue side and our red side being M3. Rumble going to be taken away first, and Rexa, she's not going to see a spot in this series.
Yeah, and I think that M3 really need to improve their pick ban phase. I wasn't impressed at all by how they went about the last one. I think there was too small of a window for Dade to get anything done on that Jace pickup, and in the end, Cassidy just ran over the top. And the top Annie just was not great whatsoever. So looks like we're seeing J4 taken away once again. We'll be surprised if they leave Lee Sin up for a first pick, although if they do it with a Nara, I think the Nara is definitely priority at this point.
And I think it works out in Insect's favor as well if they ban 3 of these junglers away, just because his jungle champion pool is so massive. Lysandra, another obligatory ban going to be taken off the board, and Zero not going to see that Thresh. Really worried about that first pick for the really playmaking support.
Yeah, and I was told during the break that Thresh is actually the most played champion in China.
Oh, you could imagine.
Thresh number 1, Lucian number 2. So getting that one off the board definitely is worthwhile. We saw that Zero played it to good effect, had a very bad misplay in the mid lane where he kind of flash hooked a minion and then killed everyone on his team. So did have a good overall game, and getting rid of Zero from Thresh as well. So we're going to have to see him pull out something different. It does leave Nara up to be first pick once again. But
it's actually going to be Korn. We're stepping
he hasn't
back.
Locked it in yet.
Stepping back into potentially the time where Cassidy was just, you have to ban it, otherwise it'll be first pick. But
he's
not sure whether he's there. Yeah,
no,
definitely not. But Korn, I mean, he looked fantastic. But Na's available again, and of course Cole is going to pick that up.
Yeah, and I think Na much more safer to first pick. There is not really much you can do about it. They did leave up the LeBlanc this time, so that will be maybe locked in for Dade. Although swapping Ruo back over to that Lee Sin, he did have a fantastic game. Have to give props to Ruo. He showed up. It was just that there was a little bit too much collapsing going on around the map.
Yeah, and I think that Ruo also needs to be on something like this Lee Sin that can get Cola out of these fights, because we saw when M3 were going to be successful, it's when that Dragon Rage was used to get Na out of the faces of his carries.
Wow, and once again, Annie being locked in. Would be surprised if that went back into the top lane, although Lupa might still have something. We didn't get to see it go head-to-head in the early game, so
yeah, and
potentially
we might just have the same teams all over again, apart from the fact that Thresh has been banned away, so that's impossible to see. Korn looking at the Cassidy once more, and he was definitely man enough to pick it into anything that Dade had.
Yeah, and so maybe the Cassidy pickup is that high of priority.
Oh, Siva escaped the ban list as well.
Yeah, so Siva, we'll talk about that in a second, but the Cassidy are willing to pick it blind, so not happy to take it into any lane matchup. Doesn't think Dade has anything that can really trouble him enough in the early and mid game to not make it worthwhile in the late game, as it looks like Lupa might actually go for a Maokai this time around. But Siva is rising to popularity in LPL and LCK more than probably any champion. The pick rate has increased so much, and it's because of that ultimate around these dragons. Just get you in, get able to start a fight out of absolute nowhere, especially if you have a Scuttlecrab Shrine. And I like the Siva pickup, pushes very, very well, puts a lot of pressure on in lane.
I find it very interesting as well, the fact that last season, at the very beginning of the season, Siva incredibly popular. We saw the fall off of Corki. It's happening all over again. I would hazard a guess that Corki might find his way back into the meta towards the end of this season as well. Sort of like the rotation of AD carries. But Candy going to be on that Lucian once more, and it's going to be Love CD picking up that Annie in the support role. So Lupa not opting to go for that one again.
Yeah, unless we see something extremely crazy. coming out, and it looks like Insect may actually go for the Pantheon. Pantheon Leona, great combo because of how long range that Solar Flare is, can set up a nice Grand Skyfall ahead of the team, and then with Gnar crashing in, all the follow-up damage that can come through. And the one danger of Pantheon is if you ult too far, you don't they can turn around and kill you. If you ult too close, they just walk out of your ultimate. Sivir gets rid of that problem because you can speed everyone up, you can ult as far back as you want, and your team will be able to catch you. Yeah, that's exactly right. And having Kohler as well, being able to just bounce through the team as well. If he finds something that he can bounce on, he can really get right in amongst it. So we'll see what Dade wants to pick up against this lineup. So he gets to see everything and can choose accordingly. But against Corns Cassidy, I mean, he didn't care. Oh my goodness, don't hover this. It's making me feel all excited and confused. Azir's up though. Haven't seen Dade play that one before. Yeah, no, I haven't seen it either, but I like the pickup because it's another thing to get Kohler out of their team. So they've got the kick. If he flashes back in, they can just Azir him out. They just do not want that Gnar anywhere near their team. So a good control mid lane to come through. Of course, puts out a lot of damage as well through the mid and late game. So see how this one matches up against Cassidy in the mid game. But you think they have to try something different now. They've gone much tankier and much more standard M3 in this game. Yeah, and they certainly have more consistent damage as well. It's not about the big burst. It's not about like landing those shock blasts, having this Jace to do a lot of upfront damage. It's utilizing that Tibbers stun in order to really set up those Sand Soldiers, make sure you got Maokai right in there with that Vengeful Maelstrom, just soaking damage and letting Azir do a lot of that consistent work. Yeah, and the dive that can come through from Maokai means that he can kind of match what was happening last game with Gnar leaping into the team fight. So that Arcane Smash is a very annoying ability in its own right, able to lock people up, continue to CC them. So the follow-up might not be there for Gnar this game, although you would think that with a Sivir, just being able to run past a Maokai and hit that back line will be extremely easy. Yeah, not to mention that as far as a head-to-head 2-on-2 lane is concerned, Sivir Leona is terrifying towards the early stages just because they have so much damage and so much ability to push the wave as well. I mean, if you Zenith Blade those creeps and then get a Ricochet going through there, they're not going to last very long. Yeah, definitely. So able to push that one out. Leona, once she gets a couple of points in that W as well, becomes extremely tanky innately around the first and second dragon fight. So she's something that you definitely have to deal with as she continues to CC multiple people. However, we are into the Rift. Yeah, we're onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Royal Club now on our blue side and M3 in the red pants, and I'm very excited to see how this is going to work out, and I think that Royal Club really want to try and get these standard lanes coming into this matchup. Yeah, and if we think back to how Royal Club started off last game, they did it with a late invade and were able to push Ruo off his Gromp and his blue buff. Yes. So see if they go something similar. Imsec is leading the charge, and they might have... No, Lupa able to back out. Good ward, spotting everyone that walks over that. So maybe not the same thing going to be able to happen this game. Yeah, Zero just going to make sure that he soaks up that sapling on his own. Doesn't get it to come over towards anyone else. Kohler hanging out by himself. Just going to be boomerang and candy here just a little bit. He's going to put down a ward. And see what he can do as far as putting on some added pressure. Just hanging out here on his own as Dade's hanging out by his turret as well. And look at how aggressive Royal Club are. Yeah, so getting that deep ward once again onto the red buff, going to know exactly where Ruo starts, and they're going to know who helps him leash, more importantly, if they are once again looking for that lane swap. So they have sent Kohler back to base. He's walking towards the mid lane, looking to join up once again with Insect. So it looks like once again the lane swap successfully achieved by Starhorn Royal Club. Yeah, they are going to be able to get this one through. So keeping HYY away from a 2v2 situation where Candy and LoveCC can utilize their synergy to really capitalize on this one. And great pathing coming out of Insect, making sure he's walking around all the wards, not going to come into vision until the minions have met in the mid lane. So they've pinged him out now, but if they wanted to achieve standard lanes, as you were hinting at, they definitely have missed that opportunity, and it looks like both lanes will freeze once again. No fast pushes. Yeah, we do have the double jungling situation coming in here as well, so double Krog start happening only for Royal Club. It's actually going to be Ruo and Lupa starting off at the red buff here, which we've been seeing a little bit more of here in China as opposed to other regions who really like to get those Krogs first. Yeah, I think that they're just trying to move around as fast as possible. The first ones do take, the Gromp and the Krugs take a little bit more killing, And so they just try to get as many of the camps and get it on cooldown as fast as possible. As we see, Korn actually hitting level 2 first in this mid lane, and looking like he's not being, as I say, he gets pushed off the minion wave, but he's got it pushing in his direction, which is so important from Cassinan to be able to get the early advantage and be able to keep up in that lane.
Yeah, you can see HYY trying his best to last hit these minions at the last possible time and keep the potential freeze happening.
Yeah, he's definitely got it. He's got an extra caster creep, and that's how you tell how the wave's going to freeze. As the next wave comes up, you can tell that that minion on the right will most likely survive, so it will stay there in a freeze.
Yeah, beautifully well orchestrated. And on the backside, it looks like Candy and Love CC have actually started this lane pushing in their favor.
Yeah, so it looks like that one may start pushing.
That being said, I'm not necessarily the wave manipulation master that you are.
It certainly will start pushing. You're right.
And one thing I really want to mention as well is the fact that Dade managed to get down his Sand Soldier, get an auto attack, then make it attack through Korn and get another auto as well. A lot of Azirs managed to only get one auto attack from that Sand Soldier after they managed to land the Q. So excellent play coming here from Dade to maximize the amount of trade damage he manages to get early on in this game.
Once again, it looks like two members of Starhorn Royal Club looking to get some action around the mid lane. Insect maybe even looking for the jungle. Won't be able to find it.
Yeah, Love CC actually, CD, sorry. A long way away.
Ooh, and they have met up. There is a little bit of a scuffle. Insect in a lot of trouble.
He's taking a lot of damage from this early game. Oh, look at Ruo just straight over there, but Dade's in here as well. Korn in a lot of trouble at the same time. Ruo's going to come around. Love CC is going to be the focus of Korn. Does get the Ignite down. Oh, the Force Pulse is there as well. The heal to come through. Love CD. Oh, nice safeguard. Don't think it was quite necessary, but that's going to be 2 kills for nothing for M3, including First Blood.
Yeah, Dade wanted that kill on himself, and it cost him a summoner spell for it. So much damage able to come out of Korn there on that Cassinan. Not able to pick himself up a kill, but that was extremely close.
Certainly was, but this is exactly the start that you want to have against a Cassinan as well. I mean, this is going to keep him down for as long as possible.
Yeah, and the thing as there's a gank coming into the bottom lane, Zero just missing out on that Zenith Blade.
A little bit tough there when it is a blind one, as Cola was bouncing his way through to the best of his ability.
Yeah, but did have a ward available, so maybe could have used the ward and then Zenith Blade afterwards. Might even been able to get a summoner spell out of it for that.
As Dade now with about a 12 CS advantage here. No mana though in the mid lane, so he's going to head back to base and pick up a couple of items and head back into this lane as well to fight Korn, who was just such a force in the late game of our last series.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it looks like we'll have a jungle and support facing off against an AD on both sides of the map. So leaving HYY up here to soak as much experience in CF as possible.
And how do you think that that works out as far as getting solo lane experience for a Lucian as opposed to a Sivir?
Yeah, I think that Sivir's ultimate is much more important for the first Dragon fight, but they would have had it regardless. Sivir pushes waves very well with levels as opposed to Lucian, who uses it to trade. But I think more importantly that the Annie feels that with the long range stun, we'll be able to affect the map a little bit more. Although as soon as Leona hits level 6, that changes dramatically.
Look at M3 just so aggressively in the jungle of Royal Club as well.
And Insect because Leona is up there as well. And I guess Pantheon at this point in the game still does a lot of damage, but still spotting him out. We'll be able to pick up the Gromp for themselves. So a successful piece of counter jungling coming out of Ruo.
Yeah, and Insect actually just wandered up to this top lane and is now backing again. He hasn't been able to do anything this game. He's just died. 15 CS now as well, so 21 here from Ruo with his counter jungling really paying off for them as well. And look at the deep warding. I mean, that pink ward up so far into the jungle of Royal Club.
Yeah, and it looks like they might even be looking for a dive to come through here onto Korn. Not liking that Cassinan for last game, trying to shut him down as much as possible. Korn senses something is up, but...
And Dade's hit level 6 as well, is going to have that ultimate to come through. There's the knock up, so much damage. Ruo threading the needle. Love CZ. Oh, yeah. Jumping on through, and he's going to be able to possibly make his way out as well because Ruo does not want to go underneath that turret. So 1 for 1 there.
And Dade being helped out a lot as well. More action in the bot lane. Candy going aggressive on Cola.
Yeah, Collet probably going to be able to make his way out of this one, but Candy has certainly asserted his dominance and made sure that this Nara is not going to get any of the experience that is dying to that turret.
Yeah, and we mentioned the need for M3 to go aggressive early and really try and rattle this Royal Club lineup, and they've done exactly that. Ruo has been everywhere. 2-0 on 1, 100% kill participation on Lee Sin. Much better early game coming out of M3's jungler.
Yeah, really beautiful. And look at their deep warding. I mean, they've got this blue buff side of Royal Club's jungle just lit up. They know exactly where Insect's going to be.
Well, they already have 3 pink wards on the top side of the map, just controlling complete vision. It's as much about vision denial as it is about anything else. As the turret in the bottom lane falls, and they're maybe camping out this red buff, waiting for Insect to come in. Zero is there also.
Yeah, Eclipse just popping as well. They are going to be able to clear out this ward here, but it is going to give them up. Dade and LoveCC are going to have to give up on that little cheeky plan that they had there.
2,000 gold advantage accumulated at only 8 minutes in. And as we said, complete map control. Insect only level 4, picking up his 2nd round of buff, so he is very far behind on this Pantheon. And if you're a Pantheon and you don't get anything done in the early game, you fall off extremely hard.
Yeah, as you Grand Skyfall in, you're just not going to have the health in order to stay around and get any of your damage out. So Insect trying to get back into this one. Only level 5 can have that Grand Skyfall next level.
Once again, a massive group of individuals from M3 around the top side of the map. They have gone on to Korn once again. Roy hitting that resignating strike.
Yeah, the Riftwalk going to be pretty useful in getting Korn out of danger now that he's hit that level 6 mark. Now going to be a little bit more safe in this mid lane.
The pressure on this buff is so big. Insect being caught out.
Yeah, Twisted Vents coming through as well. There's Ventral Maelstrom just stopping Lupa from taking any damage. Ruo's in here with a safeguard. Insect, you're in so much trouble, buddy. Ruo just going to finish him off, I think with a smite there as well, so that's a bit cute.
Yeah, and 3-0 on 1. The only problem with this is a lot of gold going over onto M3's jungle, and they may want it in another area. However, that is still now a 3,000 gold advantage and complete control of the map. So definitely a better start of the game, and see if M3 can really push this one through early.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Dade stole away that blue buff as well, so that's not going to be going to Korn, and he's going to be able to use his spells with impunity as well, as this mid lane turret is going to go down as well. So first turret of the game, second turret of the game, sorry, going to M3.
And Lucian, as well as Azir, take turrets so quickly with that W and the Light Slinger passive coming through from Lucian. Looks like they're rotating into a Dragon. Lupa, of course, has that teleport advantage, and they still have Sivir in the top lane, so they won't be able to contest this one. 3 consecutive objectives going over to M3.
Yeah, and they also clear out the outer turrets in the bottom side of the map and then transition into this Dragon. Just beautiful objective control and timing coming through from M3. And their warding has been impeccable. This looks like a different team coming in this time. They're not the indecisive M3 that sort of didn't really know how to play out their comp that we saw in the last game, and they're just playing this one beautifully.
Well, this comp makes much more sense. Good disengage coming out of the jungle as well as a mid laner. Very good persistent damage and CC, so much better pick-bang phase coming through from M3. Looks like they've turned this one around.
Yeah, they certainly have. Really beautifully played. We are just going to hang back, just pause this one out just a little bit, as the feed is just struggling slightly. But let's just recap on what's happened right for M3 this game, as opposed to what happened in the last game.
Well, they had a fairly good turning point last game where they were able to get Dade 3 kills. And then Gnar just got too big. But this time around, it looks like they've controlled the Gnar much more effectively. And more importantly, they've taken early objectives. So being able to pick up those 2 turrets, mid and bottom, and transition into a Dragon and control vision the way they have, just means that they're going to be so much more scary, and they'll be able to pick people off, as they've been doing with Insect over and over again.
Yeah, they most certainly have. It's a much different lineup, and Ruo has just shown his prowess on this Lee Sin in both games. Irrespective of the fact that they lost the first one, his plays throughout that game were beautiful to watch, as they are going to put some extra pressure down onto the last remaining outer turret here, as Lupa is actually going to be doing some dirty farming here, as Sonic Wave resonating strike going to land. There's the flash into the kick as well, forcing the flash out of HYY. Going to be using that ultimate here as well. Lupa's found his way in amongst 3 members, going to get exhausted here as well, and smited. Zero's going to land the Zenith Blade. They've managed to get Lupa, but in the backside, there are horrible things happening for M3. The double kill with the Rift War coming from Korn. And this is not what M3 wanted. No. That is just Korn straight back into the game.
Yeah, and once again, it's all around this Gnar being able to CC 2 people by himself for so long, allowing Korn to have enough time to rotate through to the top lane, getting more people on their side of the map, and a little bit of over-aggression from M3 has resulted in a massive swing.
Yeah, well, actually, Candy getting caught here by the Solar Flare as well. HYY almost going down. Looper's managed to teleport back into this one, but it's a little bit too late because Candy's already dead. The sapling's going to explode. He's slowing down Zero, trying to get something happening. Dade is just pigeoning himself through this jungle, but he's getting collapsed on by 3 members. Insect's here as well. There's actually going to be the wall to come out. And Insect throwing out these spears, doesn't have the flash. Ooh, does have the flash available, but Dade, he's going to get ignited here as well. Acorn coming through using the last bit of his mana. Ruo's going to get smited here as well, and they're just getting baited over and over as M3, and Looper just couldn't get in.
Yeah, and Insect now picking up 3 kills as well. He's right back in this game, and even though we complimented Ruo's early game, he's completely back to even with Insect now, and all the meanwhile, Cola's been in this bottom lane farming up, so yeah, that went extremely badly for M3, and they've just completely given up their early game advantages.
Yeah, Royal Club just switching it back on. I mean, we saw them sort of floundering a little bit there, but you can never count these guys out. They are definitely rocks here in this game, as Candy's just going to try and find his way back into this one.
Yeah, and Dade has built himself a little bit of a CS advantage, but the extra assist and kill onto Korn will equal that one out nicely, so he's got that roller and a
Oh my goodness. Cola just 1v1ing Candy, and look, we're sorry that we didn't manage to find that one, but that was just almost instantaneous.
Yeah, and it looks like 2 members are coming down. They don't know that Zero's in the brush. Now they do.
And they just want none of it. 2 members? No. Cola too strong.
So yeah, from what was a terrific early game from M3, has started to collapse very, very quickly. They really need to sit back and take stock now. There's 2 minutes until the Dragon. Look to see if they can get another good team fight with the amount of control they can get through from Ruo and Dade on Lee Sin and Azir. Looper, once again, not having a great game on Maokai. Much better than last game. He's definitely going to be tanky, building up that new item, but yeah, it's just not really working out for him.
Yeah, and this tower is so low. That last cannon, caster minion almost manages to take it out, and HYY is probably going to be able to do that work as well. As Dade's just going to clear out these creeps in the mid lane. Has picked up that Athene's Unholy Grail. Of course, Morellonomicon now costing a little bit more money, so people going back to that Athene's just a little bit more.
I think it also has a lot to do that he's against a Cassidy that will repetitively jump on him, and he wants a little bit more MR. So
yeah, true.
Athene's is great because it gives you some defensive stats, especially against these assassins that are coming through from Korn. So nice pick up there from Dade. He once again looks solid in the mid lane, but isn't really, I guess, doing enough for his team. They need him to really be that mid lane carry.
Yeah, they certainly do, and sort of in that last skirmish that they lost so spectacularly with Korn coming through for that double kill Rift Walk, I mean, if Dade was there as well, I mean, that Emperor's Divide could have been used to such great effect to get them out of this one. So see whether he can do some work getting around this map. Okay,
so the last advantage on this map for M3 is that they know exactly when this Dragon is spawning. 30 seconds, and they've got pretty good vision control. Look for them to rotate into potentially the Scuttle Crab to get that speed shrine down. But looks like they need to potentially... Yeah, so they've gone down. They're going to pick that one up. They're pushing out mid wave just so they have vision of all the way down to that second turret. And they've set up very, very nicely for them.
Yeah, actually Zero getting aggressed on here as well. Chilling Smite's going to come out. Ruo does land the Sonic Wave. There's the Solar Flare going to try and slow down Ruo a bit, but Korn only able to throw out that Q.
Great textbook setup there. Knew exactly when Dragon were up, got the pick, now going to be able to transition into this. Insect does have his ult available. Look to see if he goes in with it. No, they're just giving up the second one of the game.
Yeah, and that's going to mostly be for denial here, so Royal Club not going to have those extra offensive stats.
But they're really also getting it on cooldown, so 16 minutes to have 2 Dragons means that you're going to have the 5th one by about the 30-minute mark, which is just so early in the game. As well, HYY being caught out, has to use that ultimate.
Yeah, Righteous Glory was used as well. There's the flash tippers onto HYY. He does manage to escape using that heal and the flash over the wall, but in the backline, Ruo is going to try and kick out Korn. Flashes over the wall. He ignites, ticking. Safeguard's going to help him get out of this one as Looper's just trying to tank up these members. Teleport's coming in. Cola, the big Gnar, is going to get the massive Gnar into the wall. Love CD almost gets immediately taken down. Dade gets Emperor's Divide off before falling down. and Cola's going to have to get over this one, but Looper's going to fall as well, and Cola is just too impactful on this champion.
I cannot believe that Na has got through another ban phase. He is just so huge in these mid-game team fights. You get, with the Leona, that was like 4 seconds of solid CC, not able to go anywhere, and absolutely decimating the M3 lineup.
That was just terrifying to watch if you're an M3 fan. Eclipse is going to go off here, Zero,
and
trying to get something.
Their catch.
Yeah.
They thought they'd caught HYY there. They only were able to pick up Insec in the end, I believe.
And the fact that HYY managed to make it out as well, even though he blew both of his summoner spells, he expended so much time and resources coming through. Love CC actually had to flash ignite Tibbers onto him to try and get that lockdown, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and now, if we take a little bit of stock at the items, it looks like Cassidy has picked up his second item, will be a Morellonomicon.
Still a little bit behind in farm, but it's no worries. Does have that one extra kill up on Dade, and you know, this is Korn. I mean, he's going to continue getting these kills, getting these picks around this mid to late game because this is where he thrives.
Yeah, and we see Infinity Edge and Zeal coming through as well for HYY. So a little bit ahead of Candy, who's clearing out that ward now. Zero might have been a little bit caught. Azir doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Rua actually safeguarding in. There's the culling coming down as well. Oh, there's a resignating strike. And that'll pick him up that kill as well. Korn going to force to use that Riftwalk a little bit defensively here, and they do have a nice little setup. Ruo taking so much damage on the hunt has been popped. Lupus teleporting in. Emperor's Divide used in the wrong direction by the looks of things. Just a little bit trying to get someone into this one, but Korn able to Riftwalk in time to get out of that.
Na's ultimate is available as well. Pantheon's also back up, so they're looking to, I guess, siege down these turrets. Looper has still got the flank on, so look for M3 to still want to fight with their numbers advantage.
Yeah, Love CC actually copping a house to the head there as well, which is definitely not what you want. This tower hanging on by a thread at this stage. Tibber's gold going to be picked up by Korn here as well as Looper wants to try and get something started. Twisted advance onto Korn, but he's very mobile. And here's the Grand Skyfall. Looper's going to cop full damage of that one. He's going to go down almost immediately. Insect's going to fall as well. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Both AD carries picking up the kill credit on that one. Cola not ready to stop this one.
So hard to run away from that Na. His boomerang just does so much damage and slows you as he gets all those hyper procs. So they will finally trade for 1-for-1 and force him off this turret. Will fall. So nicely played by Starhole and Royal Club, being very patient and able to pick themselves up an objective.
Yeah, and a double turret advantage here as well. So 4-2 now on those objectives. So a little bit more map control going in the favor of Royal Club. They just need to make sure that they get the next dragon, and they are definitely ahead in this game.
Yeah, and Cola must be enjoying this 2-0-5. He is becoming extremely potent at this part of the game.
Even more than he was in the last game. At about this stage, he was on about 0-1-5. So even bigger is this now, and you can see he's using that in his build, picking up sort of the early game defensive item choice in that Sunfire Cape.
Yeah, exactly, and Looper having a little bit of trouble, so we'll see what's going on there and get back into game ASAP. But speaking of Looper, he had such a good world showing. This was a guy that was extremely hyped. We saw him pull out some assassins. He was known for the tanks beforehand, but he's having an absolute nightmare of a series.
Yeah, he's really not having it work out in his favor. And do you think that having these lane swaps come through, do you think that Looper just maybe doesn't thrive as much in that situation, the sort of low gold situation that does provide?
I honestly think Looper is a very solid player, but in this team, you saw he wants to be the initiator. He wants to get in there and get things started, but the rest of the map just isn't that far enough ahead. Yeah, he can get away with it at the moment. It looks like they're overcommitting to some of these engages. They didn't have enough, I guess, cooldowns up, and they were walking into a Grand Skyfall and a Sivir. So in the end, it just got turned around a little bit too hard. I think that what they need to do is they need to really take it back to basics. Group as 5 and look for clean engages, or do the opposite. Wait until they're engaged upon and use the brilliance of Azir to really split the team. Lee Sin can be highly mobile and look for flanks and get the game turning in their favor that way. I think they're forcing a little bit too much. Yeah,
and there's the fact that Dade's Emperor's Divide was rift-walked out of at exactly the right time by Korn as well. So that ultimate just had no impact in the last skirmish that we saw as well. So that was a lot of the reason why they had to concede that turret and why they're playing on the back foot after that ultimate went down.
Yeah, and I think that what we're seeing is Na Cassidy, their chase potential, and then their AoE wombo potential in teamfights is so big.
Not to mention Leona in this comp.
Yeah, watching these games, it's absolutely horrifying seeing the things that Na Cassidy are doing in teamfights. I would suspect that Na will not be seeing very many pick ban phases after this game today.
And do you think that that combo is a lot of the reason why Korn doesn't really mind who he's against here in the laning phase?
Yeah, potentially. Maybe it's just what they've run over and over, and that's their 1-2 mid-top lane punch. We spoke about the synergy, I guess, between Insec and Zero. Got to give Korn and Kohler a lot of credit here because they've played the mid and top lane synergy perfectly.
Yeah, and they've been playing together for so long as well. That's a really good reason as to why they'd be able to work out these combinations and really work well together.
Yeah. So the whole lineup from Starhorn Royal Club really coming together in this game. Minute 30 until Dragon. They've got a little bit more control. Actually, Vision's fallen away from both sides, so look for them to try and get that set up ASAP. Remember, this is their first one of the game. Dade taking a blue buff for himself. Once again, Ruo and Dade are the two shining lights. I think that Ruo has performed much better this game.
Oh, yeah.
Dade did have a good mid-game last game, but it fell off extremely quickly. I think that on Azir, he needs to really get these team fights going, and he needs to be the sole carry for his team, because we saw that Candy had a good later mid-game, but it took a while to get going, so really needs that second and third item to come through before he's going to be impactful.
Yeah, and again, HYY doing fantastically for Starhorn Royal Club after, you know, being a sub like we mentioned now, 183 to 156 CS as well, so up by about 30. 2-1 and 3 now as well, so a decent score coming out and has those two items that really give you that mid-game spike here on a Sivir.
Yeah, and good vision control out of
Oh, there's the flash into the Timbers here as well, but it's going to be jumped out of by Korn at the same time. The Grand Skyfall is going to answer. Korn's going to fall down. That's a lot of the damage. Emperor's Divide's going to split up this fight as well. Kohler about to get Nari here in this fight, as he doesn't actually quite get the flank that he wants to. We've got Ruo jumping in from the backside. It's a 2-for-1 at the moment. Dade trying to get some damage down. 2-for-2 now as Love CD does fall down. Kohler can't manage to get in there this time. This is not what we're normally seeing from him, and that could have gone so much worse for M3.
Yeah, and well, it could have gone a lot better as well. That was them initiating the fight over the wall, looking for a pick. Great Riftwalker reaction coming out. Looks like they still potentially, no, just checking the Dragon there.
Why would you wake him up like that? That was rude. Bro, yeah, just throwing out a weird thing into his face and then just walking away. And Dragon's like, where the heck did you go, buddy?
So, great start of the fight. A better Emperor's Divide that time, really splitting the team apart. Look for that to continue to be very potent, but just not enough overall damage coming through. And you saw the amount of work that HYY was doing on that Sivir as he was able to get there a little bit late, but then clean up the end of that fight. And
so much AoE damage as well with these M3 members that are grouped up with that Ricochet and, of course, that Static Shiv as well. Whoop. That is definitely going to mean the jig is up as that Sonic Wave does land and give a little bit of vision here.
Yeah, so good vision control in their jungle out of M3, looking to get this back. Nice sweeping lanes coming out. We'll be able to take out both of those. Ooh, this is what Sivir in the bottom lane. Now they're split. This is bad. You do not want to split around New Dragon. I think it's much better to all be on one side, and now it looks like they're all rotating onto potentially top side, although Sivir's still a little bit late. Korn looks like he still wants to come through from the bottom.
That's very cute. I didn't actually know that Sand Soldiers could kill wards, but they can. As this Dragon is going to be started up here on the side of M3, but finally they have managed to come round through here as well. A brilliant solar umbrella into two members. HYY immediately going to take out. The Emperor's Divide is going to come through. That's looking really good, but HYY still getting kills around here. That's going to be Korn. Just Rift walks over the top. Dade, see you later, mate. You're definitely dead. And Zero already clearing out this mid lane. That is a completely clean ace. They'll be able to pick up the Dragon as well as the mid inhibitor turret. Potentially an inhibitor, although people are up in 10 minutes, only 23 minutes through. And wow, that is all once again on that, I guess, this time it wasn't really the Gnar, it was the Cassidy and Leona follow-up that really came through. And Korn just pumping out so much damage. Won't get the inhibitor, but able to pick up the turret and get his team such a big advantage. That's 7,000 gold now. And they just herded M3 into exactly the choke point that they wanted to fight in as well. And that Solar Flare was immaculate. The Emperor's Divide was fantastic, meaning that no one could really get through. The teleport's coming down here. Looper wanting to make something happen, trying to get onto HYY here. But he's heading the other direction. It's just a little bit of Benny Hill music. Should be cute here. And all in all this series, we've seen that M3 are just grouping way too much with a Gnar Caster on the map. You cannot retreat 5 members on top of each other with that combo there. It just does way too much damage. That Solar Flare was brilliant coming out of Zero, but Korn, he's really stepped up and carried his team this time around. 3-0 and 11. Wow, another member caught out. Yeah, Love CC is just Shield of Daybreak going to be enough to stun him up. It's going to last for a little bit longer before Korn does manage to pick up the kill. Dade getting a little bit of damage in response. He's going to be safe over that wall, but not able to save his support player. Just unfortunate when you're trying to ward and you get caught out. What's going to happen?
Yeah,
and Leona so much CC.
Just touching on Korn, Dade hasn't had a horrible series, but when you look across at how much he has been outclassed by Korn on Kassadin,
yeah,
it's just, once again, it's just not enough being done by the mid laner from M3.
Kassadin, Korn is definitely a big airplane at this stage of the game.
A nice 7-4-7 scoreline coming through. I can't believe that this time around, Kola hasn't actually died with how aggressive he's played on this Nah. 3-0 and 11, 14 kills out of 20.
And that is the frightening thing about Kola at the moment, is the fact that he's having a better game than than last game. And last game he had a fantastic game. So M3 definitely must know this, and it must be playing on their minds.
Yeah, and he's now even been able to go a little bit more aggressive. He's picked himself up a Phage. We'll be interested to see if he goes completely into a Trinity Force. He is definitely, I guess, ahead enough. He's completed 2 defensive items against only 1 on the side of Lupa.
It is going to make him really sticky, though, picking up that Phage.
Yeah, but Lupa will get tankier as the game goes on. So look for him to, I guess, be able to get in there and initiate fights and peel. But I just don't think at this point there's enough damage.
Oh, Korn just playing so aggressively. Rift walking right into the face to get that Force Pulse off.
Looks like they will start the siege down on this mid lane. They do have Pantheon lagging a little bit behind, but Insect can, of course, Grand Skyfall in whenever they would like to get this party started. It looks like he has sat back a little bit, looking to use that ultimate to potentially get a fight.
Yeah, and of course, Dade can't use his Sun turret on these inhibitor turrets as well. You can only use it on inners and outer turrets. That's why he's not putting those up. Korn going to come in. Dade taking so much damage. Emperor's Divide going to hit no one here as well as the slows coming through from Leona. Royal Club have switched it on. Insect's going to fall after ultimating in, but that's 2 members exchanged already. And M3 forced to go back under their bottom side inhibitor turret.
Yeah, and they turned on Insect extremely well, but 2 members still fell before they were able to pick him up. That's the inhibitor, and they're just so scared of Korn's Kassadin at this point. He's just absolutely huge. 7-4 and 8 now. They pick up the inhibitor, make their speedy exit, and that's 7,000 gold, 27 minutes. You think that their eyes turn to Baron now.
Yeah, could imagine that would be the idea. Of course, Chinese teams especially just want to kill Baron as often as they want in general, but at the moment, Star and Royal Club, there's no reason for them not to.
Yeah, they've got complete control over that middle section of the map now. Kola going to be going down into that bottom lane and picking himself up a nice, juicy minion wave as well.
I really like the Phage synergy with the Hyper as well. Gives you a heck of a lot of movement speed.
Yeah, it just means that you can continue to kite in Mini-Na, gives you a little bit more utility. I guess Mini-Na is only really useful for that persistent slow that he does put out, and then using that bounce to get himself into the team fight when he's got enough of that rage passive to turn into that big beast we're now witnessing.
Yeah, as Insect's going to clear out this top wave as well. Outer turret's still alive here in the top side for Starhorn Royal Club. They're doing really, really well protecting that one out.
Yeah, and Ruo must be looking at his scoreline thinking, where did it all go wrong? I definitely mentioned that probably wouldn't want to have been the recipient of so many early game kills on Lee Sin. Of course, when you're the jungler, it is important to, I guess, get people around you as fed as possible. But he wasn't, every single kill he picked up, he was the person that was pretty much instrumental in making it. He's been the only playmaker around the map for his team, and I think that in the end, it's just becoming a little bit too much.
And Dade not really being able to make this Azir work out for his team as of yet, but we know that Azir can be an absolute monster towards the later stages of this game.
Well, they have set up a little bit of a gank brush. They do have Kola in the bottom lane, about to transform, so if they have a deeper ward, they can potentially look to get him in on that. Keep an eye on the red pit ward there. He has transformed, actually, so probably just going to look to push it on this turret if there is no response out of Lupa.
Yep, and that Phage as well, making him a much better split pusher as well, because he gets a little bit more slippery. As you mentioned, the kiting potential as Royal Club definitely just have so much control around this
Okay, so they've
Baron.
seen Ruo go back on top of that ward. If anything, that may be their key to start it up, and it looks like it is.
Yeah, Baron has been started, already lost a third of its health. There's a teleport coming through here now from Kola as well. There is Looper coming in on the top side. They really want to fight this one as Dade takes so much damage. The Emperor's Divide doing a lot of work. Actually came over the wall for some weird reason. Looper getting exhausted here as well as Korn has discovered Candy. A double kill for Cola here as well.
That's absolute. Yeah, this is game right here. It looks like
that
Star
was his mini Nah, by the way.
Looking to just push this one through. And as we keep saying, it's just not enough out of M3. There are not enough weapons on this team to be able to really clean it up. Looks like they won't be going for the end. They're just going into the bottom lane, looking to pick themselves up. Potentially another inhibitor with those Barons up minions.
5-0 and 12 on Cola. Now, I don't think we can talk enough about how impactful he has been on this Nara. And a lot of it is to do with the fact that Nara is just really, really strong, but Cola has been playing this champion to perfection as well.
Yeah, he definitely has been able to control the team fights for his team. Looks like they'll rotate themselves into another dragon, so looking for some recalls. They must have a lot of gold to spend at this point in the game. You'll think there might be a final shop that comes through, and yes, all the members over 1,500 gold nearly, apart from Zero.
Yeah, and still having a little bit of extra gold here as a support is definitely going to be working out. Insect picking up an extra 20 as well by killing that dragon, and Korn probably going to get the heck out of dodge after taking a bit of poke damage, mostly from Dade, you could imagine. Powered recall definitely working out. And HYY now has picked up 4 items on this Sivir. 4 damage items and an elixir as well. So going to be doing so much work. 6, 1, and 10. The sub mid lane player in HYY really showing up here for Royal Club. And I don't know where they got this guy from, but he's definitely pulling his weight here on this team.
Yeah, has played the game very well. They look for 2 lane swaps. You'd have to think that was to their benefit. Yeah, maybe M3 would have done better with standard lanes. But all in all, they've just outclassed M3 across the board, with maybe the exception of Ruo. Ruo and Insect both been very instrumental for their team. But when you can play this well on a losing lineup, especially the way M3 have lost, that guy's definitely had a couple of good games.
He certainly has. Candy about to pick up the last Whisper, so going to be doing a lot more relevant damage once that does come through. That 3-item spike onto Lucian is definitely nothing to scoff about, but we're sort of like looking very hard for the positives for M3 at this stage of the game when they're down 12,000 gold. Of course, no longer with that dragon advantage as well, and the Baron in the hands of Royal Club.
Yeah, so Inhibitor has respawned. They'll rotate over, pick that one up straight away. Ult comes out from Candy to try and deter them.
Doesn't do all that much, though, as the Sand Soldiers are coming in to help Dade out here in the bottom side of the map. Inhibitor's going to fall, though.
They're pinging the top side of the map, looking to finish this one pretty textbook style. Take the last outer, grab themselves as much gold as they can, and why not? There's definitely no rush on this game. As we said, Nah just gets bigger, Cassidy gets bigger. The Sivir with a 50 CS advantage is absolutely massive now.
Yeah, just huge. So much farm on this Sivir. 33 minutes into the game, 305 CS.
And you would think maybe this is the last roll of his life coming through. There's the ultimate.
Yeah, Moosey's he was there for a second, I swear. Dade as well. Look at the damage that Boomerang had. Emperor's Divide just to try and save them. The double stun onto the tanky member, still doing so much damage. Dade was there for a sec. I didn't see where he went as the house gets thrown in the opposite direction. Cola doesn't care, though. Still managing to secure these kills. Looper, you'd think that he was a tank, but not anymore. He's just getting torn apart by this super fed Royal Club lineup.
Okay, so part of it worked out for them. They killed Korn. The bad part is that 4 members on their side have died, and they're going to lose the second inhibitor of the game. You would think that would be the end of this series, and it will be a 2-0 in favor of Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, looking brilliant at the moment are our runners-up from Worlds, and even with a stand-in AD carry, I cannot wait to see these guys play with Name.
Yeah, especially the way they've been team fighting, and once again, just leaving the base, 2 inhibitors down. Definitely going to finish this one tutorial style. Probably look for them to go into the bottom lane, but yeah.
I mean, I know they shouldn't have watched those CLG UVODs.
He's played extremely well, but Name is one of the pinnacle team fight AD carries in the world. So you throw him on top of this Korn and Cola lineup, and it's just going to be completely terrifying.
Yeah, and I mean, that being said, M3 had a whole lot of hype around them as well coming into this. They looked fantastic coming through the LPL, and this may just not be their day. You know, they may come back and really shock us, and this could be a little bit of a hiccup in their situation. But man, Royal Club just looking so good.
Yeah, and I think that it is the fact that the solo laners are feeling that they need to get far ahead, and they're just not able to do it, as Dade's being caught out here.
Yeah, there's The W going to come through. Hyper just
Kohler's got a
Kohler
BF
does
sword.
not care.
He's got a BF sword.
And HYY has picked himself up a what he probably would have thought was a Stark's Fervor, but it's actually a Zeke's Herald now, buddy. It's a different item. I think it's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. Wanting to maximize Kohler's auto attack damage. Definitely working out.
Get some more lifesteal out for his team, and it looks like they will be pushing in on this last turret, so maybe they're just a little bit too far ahead at this point.
Yeah, you could imagine so when there's items like that being brought through. The culling going to be used just to try and buy them another wave of time. Is the boomerang going to be dodged out? Double boomerang comp, always difficult to deal with.
Insect, activate your win, buddy. Let's go. One more team fight. Get in there. Nice.
Yep, press your R button. Being setting up, they want to take this.
Dade has actually put out a lot of poke damage onto Kohler there, so may actually have to not go as dive heavy as they would have liked on this team fight. Although if Zero starts it off, he's also a very tanky member.
Yeah, corner going to come through. Here's the go button. Grant Skyfall going to come through. Love CC. CD again going to just pop, as is Dade. There's a massive Gnar into the wall. Yet again, Looper's going to fall down. Candy, I don't know where he quite was, but he is no longer anywhere near this Royal Club team as they are decimating these Nexus turrets. And once again, Royal Club putting on a clinic.
That ultimate combo is so painful to watch.
Oh, yeah.
All of the damage and CC coming in from Gnar, followed up by that Kassadin with a simple ricochets coming across. That was absolutely brutal.
It was so brutal, and as well, corralling them then into that Grand Skyfall, exactly timed as those super creeps enter the base. Silent Royal Club are just looking so good, even with a sub.
Yeah, and that was a very well played out on-point series. M3, maybe not looking as strong as some teams, some people expected them to be with their two superstar Koreans coming across, but they look like they still need to figure some things out. Their synergy did not look fantastic.
No, it just didn't really look up to the bar that has been set so high by a lot of these LPL teams, and I look to their bottom lane as not really having necessarily the impact that we come to expect from the Chinese league.
Yeah, their bottom lane definitely didn't play that well, but I think that Looper just didn't pressure the map in the same way as Kohler did. I think a lot of their problem is about shoring up their solo laners. I think Ruo's feeling too much responsibility to stay up there and help them out, and I think that if they get that under control, maybe they can start turning things around.
Yeah, we'll see whether they do manage to in the coming weeks, but without further ado, are going to head to a quick break before we come back to you with WE taking on Snake. Guys, don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back everyone to English coverage of the Chinese LPL. It's been a great day of games so far. We've got one more fantastic matchup. It is Snake versus World Elite. I am Julian Page-Stripe, joined by a very special guest. The dynamic Achula returns. Once again, it is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith.
Got it in one page. It's great to be here.
Yeah, it's great. And of course, what are we looking forward to in this particular matchup? Because we've already seen these two teams play yesterday, and a really solid performance by both.
Yeah, no, I was watching World Elite with kind of a fine-tooth comb yesterday just because it was that World Elite versus Invictus Gaming matchup, two of the most famous esports organizations out there in China with a very storied history. But I guess I was kind of really focused on who on World Elite would play that secondary carry role. We all know about STYZ, the very highly regarded AD carry on World Elite, but the secondary carry role was kind of what I was wondering about. Usually you would default to the mid laner, and that's Ninja, who was one of the first wave of the Korean imports coming into the LPL, came in last season, played solidly. He definitely had his strong points. He's very good at those long-range champions. We saw the Jace and Xerath yesterday, but he wasn't really kind of the prime factor in World Elite's wins, and he was never really the person who would hold them down either. So I wondered if it would be him, but it wasn't him. It was, of course, Spirit.
It was Spirit.
Their new Korean jungler.
And Spirit's been playing really well as well. Like, throughout the Demacia Cup in the finals that they narrowly lost to EDG, he was playing fantastically. He's definitely been mixing up his champion pool a little bit, but he really put it on himself in yesterday's games to try and carry. He played Riven in game one, and then some other, Rengar actually, which he tried to carry on as well. And it's just one of those things where I feel like World Elite are still finding their identity as a team if Spirit feels that he has to do that in their games.
Absolutely. The Riven's definitely mixing it up right base time. Riven's not a champion we've seen too much in the jungle. Of course, Alliance does like to run it once in a while. And it was interesting how they used it because they would put Spirit in that side lane, pick up the empty lane farm, which is not something you traditionally see with a jungler, and try and take down those turrets himself. It wasn't the mid laner Ninja. It wasn't their top laner Luca. It was their jungler, which kind of puts you in that weird strategic point where your smite, your objective control, is on the opposite side of the map to either Dragon or Baron, which kind of puts you in some really awkward positions when you're trying to secure those massive objectives.
Yeah, and World Elite, just in general, just looked a little awkward, I guess we could say. Just not quite together yet as a team. But Snake, on the other hand, we didn't know very much about this team coming into it. We knew that Flandre was the guy to look out for, this big top lane carry player. And he certainly delivered on Aurelia and Rumble.
And you're always hesitant when, you've been told, okay, I don't know much about this team, but Flandre is going to be a beast. And you watch that game and you're like, okay, I'm going to keep my eyes going to be drawn to that top lane. And he delivered it. Straight from game one with that Aurelia, the amount of wave control and just the way he was spacing out that lane was fantastic. He was able to control engagements. He roamed at the right times when the creeps were pushing into the Kassadin who he was laning against. He pulled off the ganks, and those individual moves and his movement in team play, in team fights, was incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to see a player that's not just mechanically gifted, last hits like a beast, knows his landing matchups.
Even has that strategic side
exactly,
as well.
Which is really rare. Very cerebral top lane player, which is almost something we've never seen in League. But not to just take away from the rest of Snake, they played their 2-0 flawlessly yesterday, and their jungler beast was the real star for me.
Yeah.
He just controlled so much of the game.
What an apt name, right? Like it's actually often been the case in League where someone's named themselves, a beast or another name like that, Godlight, or like another player. You're kind of not sure if they're going to live up to that name they give themselves, but they really did.
Yeah, and we're going to see what they're going to pick this time. World Elite on our blue side here for this first game. Snake on the right. LeBlanc and Jarvan immediately getting picked up as a ban, and Rengar is going to go in the trash as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Spirit on that Rengar in game 2 yesterday showed a lot of aptitude. He was actually 4-0 in the early laning phase. Now, he couldn't snowball that into a game win, but he obviously showed clear aptitude on that. He played very good on Samsung Blue on that champion, so smart ban here.
Yeah, Spirit's been playing great. We'll see what he picks up this time, and that Jarvan being taken away from Beast as well.
3 jungle bans already, basically. Yeah, the jungle pool's starting to thin out very quickly.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of this one. Pretty much Rek'Sai always gets banned, and then if more jungle bans come in, then all of a sudden, yeah, that pool gets very small. A Twisted Fate ban, actually, by World Elite, targeted towards Parker. And Nara as well. Pretty common ban, especially after that last series.
Absolutely. I mean, if Flandre can carry so well on other champions, taking Nara out of the pool makes sense. But this leaves Lissandra open. We have seen a lot of Lissandra bans, and a lot of Lissandra play, and a flex pick at first pick. That's a nice start for World Elite.
Yeah, and a champion that I would not feel comfortable giving to a player like Flandre, who can probably carry on almost anything at this point. But that is their first flex pick, as you mentioned. Plenty of options here for Snake as well. We talk about Sivir actually being quite a popular pick in China. She's seen almost first or second rotation picks through almost all of the games, even some bans as well.
And as we see the second rotation, the Rumble and the Janna being picked up here, very surprising not to see Siva picked up. Siva, it just really fits that Chinese play style of going in there in the team fights, really contesting those dragons. She also has lane strengths as well, but we see her picked up here by World Elite as an answer.
Yeah, that's going to be a great pick for them. STYZ, big carry player for his team. Siva maybe not the champion that he can hard carry on, but I feel like when he's the one pressing engagements and using that ultimate, then maybe that's what World Elite need. And Riven picked up here as well. Spirit might be doing it again.
And it's that small surprise you say, Peishan, just because Siva's ultimate is not a damage ultimate. It's all about snowballing your team, and it's a team that has shown they have difficulties carrying from top or mid. So not a selfish choice for AD carry as a surprise, but Siva is really strong.
But I like what Snake have already done with their team comp here.
And who's the return of?
We'll see. Big control here though already just from Rumble Janna. And if they add that particular jungler in again and it does get locked in, the Nunu is back.
And the amount of terror that Gamti's jungler was under, the Jarvan against the Nunu. The Nunu ran both jungles that game, and it could be the case again.
And that was against Jarvan, very strong duelist, very strong early game jungler. I feel like Riven might have similar problems. When her camps start getting aggressed on, things can get a little hairy, although Snowball's not as good against Riven as it is.
And with these picks here, it's definitely going to be that Spirit jungle Riven again, trying to get his Snowball going. It'll be interesting to see if they keep that strategic choice of putting him into the off lane, but wait to see how the game goes.
We will. And Flandre, by the way, not taking Lissandra in this game. He'll be the Rumble. Actually, Snaker on the right-hand side. Crystal again going to go with Tristana. So a very similar lineup we've already seen from Snake's game yesterday.
And, Tristana's in an interesting spot. She had those little nerfs, she reduced her power level a little bit. But Crystal's play on Tristana yesterday, really pushing her advantage, really rocket jumping in aggressively. Shades of Yuzi at Worlds, playing that champion excellently. Good to see her pick it up again.
Yeah, Morgana actually there for Conan, and Jace is in the mix as well for World Elite. So pretty interesting stuff moving around. I assume that means Lysandra is going to be top, Jace mid, and move down STYZ onto that Siva, with Spirit again taking more of that carry role. Snake, again, very familiar to them. I like the Blood Boil and the Janna to help supplement this Tristana. And Flandre has a lot of control and a lot of plays he can make with this Rumble. The only thing is, though, this comp is very hard to execute.
Absolutely. There's a lot of tools for Crystal to succeed here. Not quite the Orianna. The Orianna would have topped it off to be the complete AD carry-centric comp here. But you're correct. The peel, the snowball coming through from Nunu there as well. But it's a lot of reliance on Crystal here for the dash.
Yeah, and that last pick is the Xerath as well, so more zone control, more poke that they want here as well, do Snake. And again, this is almost a tankless lineup that they've gotten here, and this is high execution, but from what we've seen of Snake already, their level of coordination of a team is actually surprisingly good.
And I really like their use of Tristana comps here, just because Tristana has, of course, that movement reset with the W reset there. And Rumble and Xerath are going to be putting down massive AoE and line magic damage. Getting those champions low, Tristana gets in there, picks up one kill, the resets will start, and the potential for a team fight win is right there.
Yeah, and there's just so much AoE. We already saw, I think, Nunu was comboed not with Rumble, that was the Aurelia game, but I think we had Janna Nunu in games earlier, and it's so difficult not just to get knocked out by Monsoon, but then have Absolute 2 and you have to walk all the way back through it. I feel like Spirit's Riven is in maybe a bit of trouble here.
Absolutely. I mean, if Jarvan can't handle the Nunu pressure, if we ever see a little snowball, if we ever see the minion waves pushing in for Snake there, you know that Nunu's going to be in the jungle causing havoc.
Yeah, but World Elite are back on the Spirit carry plan, I guess. They're going to give him Riven again for another game here. It's twice in 3 games so far. He could play it next game, we'll see, of course. But lots of interesting stuff there. From Spirit's performance yesterday, wasn't confident that he can carry, but if this is what they want to do as a team, then they're going to plan. They're going to stick to it.
All I'll say about Spirit, though, is that he played very well individually in those games. He got that lead on the Rengar. He played well on the Riven. It's just, as an overall team strategy and in the macro sense, the plan didn't work. And maybe they've talked to their coach. Maybe they can execute that strategy better this game. I'm skeptical, but we'll have to see.
Well, we are going to see World Elite going to run it again here. Big poke and AoE damage here. They're on our blue side here for game 1. Snake on the right-hand side. There'll be a red team here for this particular game. As Barker is going to move out now towards his mid lane and see what he wants to get done here. Ninja now on Jace again, I believe, for a second time in 2 days. So we'll be playing that. And this was the issue as Aluka will find Flandre real quick. The issue World Elite ran into with this comp yesterday is just they were a little too squishy. Whenever they got engaged on, they just could never get away from it.
No, absolutely not. And that's why you're scared of that AoE damage that's going to be coming in, just because it could be devastating with those Tristana resets.
Looks like everyone just kind of hanging out, wanting to defend. His Spirit's actually in a pretty groovy position as Riven. Maybe thinking about hopping over a wall here and going in. And they are trying to set up some sort of level 1 here, maybe just for wards here. Ninja just walking through a trinket ward there as well. Just people backing also. Barker actually took a little bit of poke damage there as well, but we'll get started up. In fact, Spirit's going to go and he wants to duel Flandre early on. He's going to maybe force him out there. And yeah, Spirit's just going to walk away. A little bit of level 1 pressure.
Absolutely. And World Elite's kind of main directive in this early game is just to get some of those aggressive wards down, just to get vision of the enemy jungle, just because you want to get tabs on Nunu as much as possible, right? If you can get tabs on him, if he's predictable, he can be planned for. But if he's walking through that darkness, if you don't get the wards down, he can cause that havoc.
Absolutely. So looks like we will break out into standard lanes here. STYZ and Conan looking to start their Krugs. And I believe the Gromp will be started as well by Crystal and Ella. Spirit here going to start his Gromp though, move on to blue buff, and Nunu on the red side of his jungle.
Absolutely, but we will get the Golems, sorry, the
Krugs.
The Krug start, apologies there.
That's fine.
So there will be a bit of experience. We'll have to see whether that translates into an early level 2 for Sivir here, and she can really start pushing in that lane and deciding whether she wants to push in or maybe hold it back and control it.
See the mid lane here as well, so we'll just finish off that camp towards the bottom. I'm not quite sure who's supposed to get an advantage here. Big, heavy poke in the mid lane here with both Jace and Xerath. Curious on your thoughts on that particular mid lane match.
It's quite an even match. I mean, both champions do the same thing, right? I guess you could argue that Jace has more of that all-in flavor. If he gets a strong jungle gank, he can turn into that melee form and try and get some execute damage with the E. But in general, we're going to see a lot of safe farming here, unless the junglers really become heavily involved.
Yeah, and I think maybe what Water League were missing was... Did they have Sivir in that last game? Spirit's actually very low in his jungle, but he should be fine. I talked a little bit about... We were talking actually before the broadcast that Sivir ult is just such a big, great skill that the Chinese teams love to use. But acceleration get from Jace almost feels like a mini version of that sometimes. Having both here is a lot of movement potential here for Waterloo if they want to get in or out of team fights.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a massive AoE team movement speed right there. And it will help Riven a lot. Even though Riven has that naturally high movement speed, she moves at about 470 movement speed when she's using her Q. Ensuring that she will constantly have that really high movement speed will allow her to close the distance and maybe get some execute kills off in team
And if you're trying to enable Spirit as a carry here as well in this Riven, I think Conan's picked a great support here in Morgana. We haven't seen much Morgana at all so far in the LPL, but that's a great way to keep that Riven in. I feel like Riven's AoE is actually underrated. If you can line up all her abilities and get that wind slash over maybe 4 or 5 people, she does quite a lot of damage.
I mean, the intriguing thing to me is that we don't see much lockdown CC coming out of this Snake side here. We have slows from Nunu, obviously, and slows from Rumble as well. But the only hard CC comes out of the Xerath here, so it's not like they were crying out for a Morgana Black Shield here, but the engage potential of the Dark Binding obviously will be very useful.
So Crystal and Ella just farming underneath their turret. A bit of a slower lane this time around for the Snake bottom lane, just trying to keep their CS under turret as the ever obnoxious Sivir continues to push and push and push.
I mean, one of the reasons why we're seeing Sivir come back is, okay, we're in China, so obviously the teamfight ultimate is always going to be a core tenet of picking Sivir. But Sivir, especially when she picks up that first item, usually the BF, so that's all you see, it's gank him in.
Going in there, good stun though. Barker gets knocked up, Ninja over the top, trying to knock him back. There's a lot of damage. Beast also in here, uses a snowball, but might have the damage. Here's Flandre instantly though with that TP. Harpoon does land and he immediately swaps targets there to Spirit.
TP timing was wonderful coming out from Flandre right there. He's showing another side of his game. He didn't really need to show the TP prowess in his last series, but great TP and it evens up the engage.
Certainly noticed that Flandre loved to aggressively teleport though, even in the series they played yesterday. And he's also a big a lover of early home guard enchantment as well, so he really likes to move around the map.
I mean, coming back to that lane control though, it's only about 10 seconds after the teleport that Lissandra's able to force that lane into the turret. So very minimal losses for that teleport, and obviously the massive game and the kill picked up.
Yeah, Flandre just again, such a smart player above, on top of everything else. So much promise here for this. Again, very hyped top laner, but as we move back to the bottom lane here, Sivir with a nice little lead pushing in Tristana, kind of how we expect this matchup to go.
Absolutely, and that's Tristana can't really deal with the strong pushing, especially at early levels, until she gets her explosive shot up and, you know, some attack speed. And that's why we see that static shiv as the common first pickup from Trist, just to give her a bit more lane control.
Yeah, but right now, Tower's reasonably healthy and towards this bottom lane, but STYZ continuing to assert some dominance here in the bottom lane, as we'll keep farming around. Top lane pretty even in CS there as well. Looks like Jace has got his early tier to get things going for him.
And just coming back to speculating about the strength of Sivir, one thing I want to say is once you pick up that BF sword, you have the dual option of instantly clearing a wave and pushing it into the enemy's turret, you know, obviously giving your jungler a better chance to go in there and invade, or, you know, just like a standard AD carry, holding the lane. You know, obviously you don't need to use your AoE, not like Trist who has the explosive shot and has to push. You have both options, so your lane control and then your team fight's so strong, and that's why we see Sivir rising up the picks.
Yeah, here comes Beast clearing out the Scuttle Crab, just getting some vision. Actually spotted off a ward here. It's the pink ward that he spotted with that Raptor Smite. But Spirit will fend him off there. And the counter juggling has not been nearly as deadly as it was the last time we saw Beast Nunu.
No, not so far, but, you know, let's give him a chance. He's picked up the early kill. He has the Stalker's Blade in there, so he has extra CC options. I'm not really sure how Nunu's going to play from equal or behind, but I'm excited to find out.
And I think that's maybe the question we have for Snake as a team. We saw them, they looked brilliant when they were ahead, and they did that twice in 2 games with Beast constantly ganking Flandre's lane and getting him ahead and letting him kind of, you know, lead the charge for his team. We haven't seen this team play from behind yet, though.
It's one of those big narratives, although we see Spirit invading.
Yeah, he is coming through, wants to get in, maybe could steal this away, but Beast's got to be careful. There's a great activation of the ultimate as well. Spirit with a good knock-up, wind slash there, perfectly executed Riven Jewel.
Now, interestingly, that Beast would have seen that ward coming down, so he would have had advanced knowledge that Riven was coming in. Maybe he wasn't actually centering the screen and focusing on his champion there, but, you know, an easy duel picked up from Spirit.
Yeah, maybe checking the shot there, but Beast does go down there, and Spirit, very successful jungler, but gets himself a solo kill with that level 6 Riven. We move back down towards the bottom lane here. Again, still Sivir pushing him, but Crystal, this will get slightly easier as Explosive Shot gets more and more levels.
And that kind of auto-push mentality of Sivir, as I imagine she's going back to pick up a BF sword here, has afforded a 15 CS or so advantage. It's going to be equaled up, of course, during the back timer here, but Sivir sneaking ahead in the bot lane.
Spirit wants to get more, apparently. Baka dodging out that poke there from Ninja's Jace.
Flash is available, though, so there could be the quick instant gap close coming in here.
And Riven, of course, very mobile. Good pink ward as well from Rodolite, just up the top, make sure no one else comes in. And Spirit, he is fishing very hard. He does go in there. Good smite actually will slow him down. Knockup does come in. Great knee there. And now Ninja going to go all in under that turret. He gets slowed though and has to be careful. Baka does have his ultimate. Can he get the snipe here? Maybe just going to wander off and try and use it, but it could be out of range now.
And you just saw Ninja ping 7 there. You know that extra damage from the level up would have been enough to kill him. So it's so close, but no good.
He's coming there as well. Acceleration gets Snowball. Not quite enough damage, though.
It's a game of inches, Julian, so far.
Yeah, Baka, they're very low. We'll clear out his minion zone, likely going back to base.
All right, it's going to calm down a bit now. No more engagements on the map. Looking up the top lane here, very, very equal. And moving down the bottom, STYZ back to pushing. He's got that BF sword. He's feeling good. Yeah,
ready to just auto-push this lane pretty much as even harder than before. I think we already mentioned the mid lane match because Crystal does actually get involved in a bit of a trade. Nice tormented soul there from Conan picking up some damage. And just a couple autos there from Sivir as well. But we did look at the mid lane matchup already. This is, I think, maybe one of the more popular top lane matchups now as well, with Lissandra being such a big pick and Rumble seeing a bit more play. How does this particular one play out? Because Flandre has kept it even here. Is that expected?
I do like Rumble in this matchup just because, especially if you waste your E ability on Lissandra, if you get locked down with a harpoon or two, you can easily be killed. So much burst damage coming out from Rumble over time, and of course Lissandra a bit defenseless in that situation. So there is that potential, but if you play smart, it can be a pretty even farm lane, which I have to say I think favors Rumble.
Yep, seems like it's turning into a good dodge there from Crystal, actually, of the Dark Binding. As we're going to have a trade back and forth, LOW's STYZ, but Sivir just very, very impressive with this BF sword. It's kind of hard to do anything.
And this early first 9 minutes, just see the aggressive rocket jump coming in, probably just for poke damage here. This first 9 minutes or so suggests to me that you kind of really want that Sivir with the Nunu, just because we're watching all the auto pushing here. There's been very precious few times Beast has actually had the ability to get those aggressive wards to counter those enemy camps here. He's kind of been relegated to just farming his jungle, which, you know, it'll power up that stun in the late game, but it doesn't help any of his lanes in the early game.
Not right now, as we near towards 10 minutes here. See a bit more vision being paid attention to around the Dragon area, but Spirit actually has found his way up towards the top lane, looking for a gank here on Flandre.
All right, we do see pings coming out here. They aren't red pings though, so I believe Spirit's snuck in here. Let's see a kill.
Flandre's Spidey Sense actually just pops his ult. Wants to clear that wave up. Maybe knows that Spirit's here. That would be a real good intuition if you knew that. In fact, he's going to recall Spirit. Gank does not work out there.
The top laner's Sixth Sense sometimes comes in there, Pastry Time. He lives another day, and of course Rumble, as a resourceless champion, he doesn't have that ult for 90 seconds, but he does secure his life.
Yeah, now Dragon actually going to be rushed towards Snake. Apparently have really strong vision of that top half of the map. They're going to start this up, but I think Jace has found a friend. Crystal going to go in. A great stun there from Bucket. TP down as well from Waterley. Great jump to a minion there by Ninja. Pops the heal there as well. There's a Sergeant coming in, but there's the snipe from Baka. Gets that first kill, and they're going to chase out now into Spirit, who's been slowed by the smite. A good flash, though, might keep him alive here, and Snake are going to continue chasing, but are likely going to back off towards that Dragon.
And the map movement from Snake was wonderful there. They were in formation. They cut off Spirit there as well. They were always in prime position to maximize the most there. And it looks like they're going to try and siege down this mid turret.
Going to take this instead. Flandre just poking with the harpoon. STYZ. It's a tornado. Actually takes quite a bit of poke damage. And now snaking in a back off. They just want to push the wave in. Now they're back towards Dragon.
They look to secure that Dragon. They know that they've blown some Spirit's health there.
They're going to come in now as well. Snake will look to clear this out. We've seen just how good the Dragon control from a lot of these Chinese teams has been. Good poke there coming through. Xerath will tag Beast there with the binding, but no real recourse there for that Dragon. Will get low enough, and Nunu easily takes that one.
And I would say the only reason that World Elite were hanging around the Dragon there was because they knew that the Equalizer was down. Of course, the Equalizer known as one of the best skills in the game for securing those Dragon fights. They knew they couldn't contest the fight there. They poked around, but ultimately, Snake take down the first Dragon.
It was actually down, I think, for FLICKR. So Snake just kind of muscled their way in. Good pressure, and I mean, it's just so dangerous to walk into this team when everyone's poked down. So they'll get themselves the first Dragon of this game. Gold lead actually to World Elite. I think that might be farm related, although it's pretty close.
Well, of course, no Dragon Gold now.
Oh, true.
Does of course mean that those small gold leads can actually be a lot more massive. You kind of have to, whenever there's a gold lead, you kind of have to visualize it as about 3, 4, 5,000 more than it would have been in a previous season game.
But stats still there to Snake, so they'll enjoy that Dragon. Buffers Crystal with his BF sword will go back now. Maybe not going for a quick static shift here, but we'll see if Tristana wants to change up that build. And there's the Zeal. So kind of transitioning here, just making the build a little smoother.
And we might see another potential engagement up the top lane.
Andre is hanging out. He does want to go in onto Aluka. Lands a good harpoon. We'll follow in with the Flame Spitter damage. And Aluka, quite low Spirit, though, has joined up here as well. And FLICKR will back off.
I believe that was another case of Sixth Sense, although the Equalizer comes in.
Wants to go through. FLICKR flashing forward onto Aluka. Gets ulted though. He's going to take so much damage. Spirit just wind slashes him in the face. Absolute zero plus the Xerath ultimate. And that's an easy one kill. And Spirit almost snipes Aluka as well. But Ninja has actually roamed up here as well. Beast forced to snowball him. It's got to be so careful. This Jaso getting poked back and forth. Aluka low as well. Needs to be careful. Now John is also here up towards the top lane. But Beast, oh, he gets shielded by Ella. There's the tornado coming through as well. And Ninja gets baited.
Wonderful map roam from Ella there, supporting her team, picking up the kill there. I loved the split focus from Barker there. He knew that the kill would be secured. Oh, is Sikona going in?
Crystal playing with fire there. That's a 1v2.
Absolutely. The moment that they saw that Janna was top, they knew they could push their advantage bottom.
Yep. They did indeed take that tower as well, and now World Elite upper tower.
Upper tower, and significant CS advantage in bottom here. About 20 CS up on the Tristana is Sivir.
Somewhat expected, though. I feel like in this matchup, STYZ on that big push-heavy Sivir got a nice little lead here for themselves. Jace here building up towards that last Whisper, I think, with the Brutalizer. This is a fairly common Jace build I think we've seen in most of our LPL Jace games as well.
Absolutely. You're trying to max out that poke damage. Of course, nowadays, the Mana Moon does build from the pickaxe rather than just the long sword, so it could just be the fast Mana Moon. But you know those 3 items are going to come in eventually.
Yeah, and that's Jace's big point of power here. And that's one of the things he does have to charge up a little, but his mid-game power once he hits those items, and especially if he hits them earlier, is almost unrivaled from an AD custom mid. Looks like he might pick up Blue Buff for himself as well. Good use of vision there from Ninja just to pop himself over the wall. And he'll pick that one up here. Aluka up towards the top lane now. Abyssal Scepter first, it seems like.
And it's actually FLICKR's build that interests me the most here. No rush on the Haunting Guide. Actually opting for a Blasting Wand instead here. It does give him more wave clear. It slightly takes away from his ability to, team fight. Doesn't have those dual magic penetration items just yet. But the wave clear might be more important against Aluka here, who, of course, will have fairly instant wave clear with that very low cooldown Q.
And Ella is back again here. Up with Nunu Spirits, actually rotating through as well, trying to get cute over the back of the Baron pit, potentially.
Almost feels like Ella's cutting his losses here, It's a case of that's how the matchup is naturally, the Janna, Tristana versus Sivir matchup. Naturally, Triss is going to be pushed in, take longer to scale up. So it makes sense almost to try and impact other lanes, because whether she's standing next to Tristana or not, it won't really make much of a difference.
And this is one of the things as well, is that can Crystal keep safe is the other thing. So far he has in the 1v2, and I actually like the little things about his build here. Not going for an early Avarice blade like he did in the Snowball game he
just
had
can't
yesterday.
afford to, right?
Exactly. Wants to make safe, wants to get to his key items here. BF Sword's going to give him more than enough AD to push through and comfortably CS here, and Static Shift, of course, makes the big, that power curve nice and smooth.
I mean, Avarice Blade is the greedy choice, right? It's that I want more gold and I want it now. And you can't make a greedy choice if you know your support's going to be roaming and if you're just in that unfavorable matchup in the bottom lane.
So Crystal adjusting nicely here in this particular game. Tristana getting along nicely, actually. Oh, caught up in CS almost as STYZ does return to CSing the mid lane, it seems like. Might be trying to chug down some of those. FLICKR back in the top. 10 CS ahead. Now Haunting Guys is done, so just wanted an early Blasting Wand.
Yeah, and the Home Guard boots. really seems to be his trademark here. He's able to get into those fights so quickly on a Rumble. You might think they're focusing on your ultimate for the team fighting, but actually being able to get into melee range now that you have 5 points in that Flame Spitter, it's still very relevant.
Yeah, it does a lot of front-end damage if you can afford it. And FLICKR knows he is more of a frontliner here for his team than maybe he would expect to be on Rumble. You know, Nunu's got to be in the middle. All the other three are going to be in the back poking. He's really got to be in there and distracting people and throwing down that ultimate, flaming people in the face.
I mean, the only downside to that is if you're in the melee range there, you're going to be eating that poke from Jace. And it's going to be a question of whether he can avoid those skill shots so he can get into team fights relatively healthy. Because if not, if he's taking that damage, it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, curious if Soul Spirit actually does get tagged by a stun, but a nice Black Shield usage there by Conan to keep him okay. 30 seconds or so till the next Dragon's going to be up here. So you know that everyone's going to go spend their gold if they have any left to go. And then group up for this next Dragon fight. And again, Rumble level 11 now, I think, as well. Big power spike for his ultimate around that Dragon Pit.
Absolutely. I mean, Rumble's at perhaps his strongest point in the game. It's that second level in the ultimate with the dual magic penetration items that Rumble really shines. But it's worth coming back here and stating, look at how strong this Sivir is here. Obviously, the ultimate's going to buff up her team. She has the Infinity Edge finish here with some extra crit. She's going to be super strong on the team.
Yeah, now push it. Good slow, actually, by Baka. STYZ going to get poked out. The ultimate will get thrown as well. Just trying to poke him out. Almost gets a go. Beast comes in. That's a great Black Shield. And it's not quite enough damage as they will take the tower, though. Beast, though, does get locked up by that Dark Binding, but everything's okay for now.
Snake really wanted to disengage here because STYZ having no health means should be an easy dragon, but Spirit's in there.
Great flash there as well. Flame Spitter coming through. Spirit, though, will fight back in. Does have his ultimate, I believe, as well. The activated part, I mean. But everyone's rotating behind here, actually, for Snake. So Spirit's got to be careful. He's found Ella, found Baka now as well. Dukes into the brush, but I think Ella's be able to lock him down. A good slow there coming out from Xerath, and Ella with the auto picks up the kill.
And I appreciate what Spirit was trying to do there. He's trying to create pressure because it looked like there was going to be a free second dragon for Snake. He did draw that pressure, but now they know the smite's down, and it's on World Elite here just to cause as much pressure as possible to try and deny the easy dragon pickup.
Yeah, and then keeping pressure. Great counter push there from Waterleader. Luca forced the flash away from Flandre. Oh, Sivir has been popped as well. There's the ultimate from Lissandra out onto Flandre's Rumble. Ninja, they're going to dive in. That's a lot of burst damage. There's the kill, actually. And Flandre, a rare misplay, gets caught out of position.
Absolutely. It seemed like communication issues might have crept up there on both teams. Oh, but the Dark Binding hits.
Baka locked up there. Luca goes in. Absolute zero. Will pop out as well. And there's so much damage from that Nunu ultimate. But Waterleader fighting through. Crystal gets a reset, though. And there goes Ella now as well. It's 1v2 if he wants to go in, and a 4-for-2 win there for World Elite.
The moment that Dark Binding hit, it was go time. 4 flashes instantly in from World Elite there, picking up some exit kills, denying any hope of a dragon. Spirit comes along. The first dragon, they're going to pick up that 6% AD and AP. Starting to look better for World Elite.
So important. They've actually got a gold lead here as well. They've kept a reasonably small lead here, but a lead nonetheless in this first dragon. To equalize that objective will mean quite a lot here. Should be able to take this. Flandre is rotating down. He does have his ultimate back up by the looks of things. But that's a little too late there for Flandre's Rumble. The dragon's already dead.
I mean, to equalize that objective against a Rumble who's done very well, is actually up in CS against Lissandra here. That's a win in itself. That's a massive win there for World Elite.
Yeah, and Conan actually will find Flandre just cleaning out that pink cord.
Skill shot sense is certainly on. There's been some really clutch Dark Bindings so far, especially the one on Xerath earlier.
Yeah, the bottom line from World Elite yesterday just... It's not that they played bad.
It was functional.
Yeah, they just didn't do anything outstanding, but much different game here. STYZ, I mean, he's kind of playing the... I don't want to say boring champion, but, you know, he's kind of got a role, more of a utility AD carry here. But Conan definitely on point with those bindings.
I mean, utility AD carry or not, we know that Tristana has a natural power trough in the mid-game, and it will never be more apparent than right now. We're seeing a static Shiv and the components of Infinity Edge against an Infinity Edge Youmuu's Ghostblade. The amount of power that STYZ has right here is absurd. She easily will outscale Tristana in this next fight. Obviously, later in the game, once Tristana gets that range up, she's going to take it. But it's all about right now World Elite starting to take the stranglehold on the objectives because they have it right now through STYZ.
Yeah, Spirit being a nice guy, just freezing up that wave for STYZ, who'll clear out even more creeps for himself. 188 to 165 currently. As looks like Blue Buff going to get donated over. Baka is here to pick it up. So he should be able to get that event himself, although they're coming in. Conan fishing for a binding once again. Boomerang Blade comes through as well, but They'll be okay for now. And Snake, we asked the question, what does it look like when they're behind? They're not super far behind, but they are behind right now.
But I think they understood that was a possibility just because of this bot lane matchup. Yeah, Tristana knew what she was doing in the bottom lane. She's slowly scaling up. She'll be very close to Infinity Age Gold right now. It's not a huge deal for Snake to lose the mid game here, but it is a big deal for WOT Elite to capitalize on their mid game advantage.
Yeah, Barker, is doing nicely on items as well. Rabadon's Death Cap was finished up to accompany that Morello Nomicon, so he'll be doing quite a bit of poke damage. Flandre, again, kind of operates with little items here. Just got his Leandros already finished up. Wants to front end a lot more damage for his team.
Absolutely. And you're not picking Rumble to look for like a 6-item power spike. It's all about the 2-item power spike into that team fight power right here. So the fact that he's behind you in 0-2-3 on that Rumble, it's not an immediate problem.
Barker down the bottom with his blue buff. We'll clear some waves out here as well. Continuing to keep up very healthy CS score here. 20 CS currently ahead of Jace, who has also finished up his last Whisper, building towards his Muramana. So he's actually quite close to his, not his highest point, but one of his higher points.
And Barker was one of the few people that we kind of ignored when we're talking about the Snake. I mean, he obviously played well yesterday, but he wasn't looked at to carry. In this game, he already has that huge power spike of the Rabadon's Death Cap to capitalize on with the Monero Nocon. His poke is going to be very, very strong, and he's the one who's going to have to clear the waves and buy time for Tristana to get strong.
Flandre up again. We'll meet Lissandra in the top lane every now and then. This is quite a curious build from Aluka, really just trying to be the engager, I suppose. He's got Distortion Enchanted cooldown boots and an Abyssal Scepter.
I mean, the Abyssal Scepter to me is the curious choice just because you're paying a lot of gold for that Magic Resist Shred aura, and not a lot of people, barring Morgana, to capitalize on that and put supplemental magic damage in.
Ward there is well placed, but the pink ward should clear. Actually might not see that ward around the bend, but WOT Elite are moving aggressively towards the tier 2 top tower now. And Riven down the bottom. Spirit is back on the split push train.
And Flandre already had to use his ult to clear out a wave there, but Spirit's going in.
He is going in indeed. Windslash misses though, as Crystal does leap out of the way, but Spirit is going to dive. Good buster shot though will keep him alive. And Spirit, he is playing a much different Riven this game.
Absolutely. He's still doing that split push flavor right there, but you saw that Tristana, you were asking that question of how will she handle in that 1v2 situation with Janna roaming. 2 disengage options with the ultimate, with the ability to just W away. Very safe chance.
And I think the one thing for me about WOT Elite yesterday is that it felt like they didn't play around their win conditions all that well. Okay. So I feel like this time they're like, well, STYs, we want Civic, which is a strong carry. You can, carry in the team fights, in the skirmishes, but Spirit's the guy we're going to put a lot of our trust in towards the mid-game especially, and they're playing much more around his Riven this time.
And look, they're absolutely playing the same style as I say, but they're just trying to execute it better. Spirit's once again, he's gone back, shot, now he's going to go back bot lane and split again. It's going to be a very strong Riven here. Compared to other junglers, Spirit's getting so much access to side lane farm, but that means that in the late game, which is not usually Riven's strongest points, you are able to flash out of her ultimate damage. She does have abilities closing distance. She's really going to have to watch her positioning there to be able to capitalize on that side lane farm.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of farm, almost 140 for a jungler is quite high.
Look at his opponent, 58 farm on that Nunu.
This Nunu, again, still doing work, building up towards a major item here. Just kind of has a couple of components, but a Sightstone to keep vision for his team. The next dragon is up in a minute, by the way, and Snake, to be fair, do have good item timing coming as well. Trist finished at IE a couple minutes ago, and we've got basically 2-item power spikes across the board for Snake.
It's on WOT Elite to continue this objective stranglehold, though, because Tristana, as you pointed out, is scaling up. We're going to see either that last Whisper or perhaps even the Bloodthirster coming in next. Once that 3rd item's complete and starts pushing towards level 16, level 17, Triss is going to be really, really strong.
With the Tiamat finished up for Spirit's Riven, though, I'm not entirely sure Snake want to fight 5v5 for this next dragon.
And my question here for WOT Elite is they really need to start pushing towards that Baron objective. Okay, not taking it because everyone's alive here, but getting that Vision Stranglehold on it just because they have a chance to pick it up. Because it's the mid-game power spike they're trading on. They need to take absolutely the massive they can.
Yep, we'll see though. Snake are getting vision around the Dragon Pit now for themselves. Ella just sort of zoning STYZ off. Good poke there from Barker Xerath as well. We'll keep that up. Flandre's teleport is up and he's in the top lane just collecting some items. Snowballer does give him a beast. Wants to pop, he does go in the ult. There's the Xerath comes there as well. Just trying to zone them all out. The teleport has also been used by Flandre. Barker snipes STYZ though. Nice play.
Absolutely. I love the aggressive flash there. It does mean that he'll be able to be enclosed on in a team fight, but it should secure them this dragon.
Yeah, and again, it's the Snake mentality. One pick and go get that objective. Play as a team. And they're going to get this down. But Spirit, he is off in the wings. He wants to contest it. Does go to Tristana. No smite forth coming a little. Actually, it was down there for Beast. Not sure he had consumed, but they do get away with it.
Spirit stays in the brush here. I think he wants to pick up an exit kill from someone overextending here. It's a small thing to pick up after losing that bit objective, but it's something.
Yep. Ella will spot him off, though. Tornado has removed, and Spirit forced to back off from the kill he was desperately seeking. We'll get a pink ward for his trouble. There's a Luca and Ninja here just trying pushing him, but FLICKR is here with Beast. And they'll clear out that mid lane. So a bit more of a reset now. 2,000 gold still in the lead for World Elite, but that is a relatively thin lead.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things where I don't feel like Snake were in a position really to be ahead in objectives at this mid-game point yet, just because of the strength of that Sivir. And that's kind of why we saw the flash come out from Baka there. It was STYZ who had most of the gold, who had most of the momentum on the World Elite side here for taking an objective. Him being down opened up that objective, and now Tristana just going to keep scaling.
Yep, Crystal is scaling up. Pickaxe in her inventory. Building up towards a probable last whisper, it seems like. Could be, actually, I guess can't be a second Infinity Edge. That would be insanity. But I do maybe think, I guess with the armor distribution right now, that maybe the Bloodthirst is a bit better as a third item.
Spirit doing some engaging, he might go in.
Yeah, does Chili Smite there and pops with the W as well. Spirit keeps wanting to fight FLICKR, then pops his ultimate down, but Spirit, an easy 1v1, just walks away from the ultimate.
He's in a lot of trouble here.
Does get the last ball, but that's a good E. Doesn't actually get any damage. And Beast, he does flash and smite the Riven and will get himself a kill.
I'm sure we all smiled when we saw that Riot was letting you smite champions, you know, often a mistake that newer players will make. That was still a very satisfying flash smite from Nunu right there.
It was. I think Beast is happy with that kill. And again, a lot of Snake have played aggressively when they find their opportunities. Bucker's flash there in the mid to pick up STYZ a few minutes ago. Beast there down the bottom, just going in. And it's great to see Snake. They seem to be a very fluid team, but I think they err on the side of aggression when they play.
And just coming back to World Elite as a Luca, you know, looks for a pick here on Crystal, probably not going to pick it up. You can see what they want to do with Spirit. You can see that they really want him to be that split put champion that no one can handle. But the issue here is that Crystal, as she starts to scale up in terms of the range of Tristana, the draw a bead passive, the amount of range and the disengage ultimate will eventually reach a point, usually when some lifesteal's picked up, that Riven will not be able to 1v1 Tristana. And then, I don't know how it's going to be a victory for World Elite. Yeah,
even with Bucker's 3 item spike now, as well, picked up a Void Star for himself. He can just wave clear as well if Spirit's pushing him. He's a pretty squishy target. He's very immobile as well, but he can keep the waves clear, especially the one Spirit's pushing out, as he is back down to the bottom lane now. Even that might start causing problems for World Elite. So this plan only worked for so long, I feel like.
Yeah, the insurance policy for Crystal scaling up was the fact that Baka did well. He had that death cap early. He could instant clear those waves. His Spirit once again looking aggressively into the enemy jungle. And that insurance policy is going to pay off, and the premium's going to be a big Tristana.
Beast has also finished up his Frozen Heart, so looking to slow attack speed even more mid-ultimate, and just in general, of course, a big chunk of armor there as well. Del from Crystal, Baka here rotating in. Pretty epic wave clear between these two, as World Elite are pretty much committing to a full-on 4-1 split push.
They are getting the map pressure down here. The creeps have been constantly crashing on the inner turrets here, but they're not really picking up the ward coverage you'd expect here. You look on the mini-map here, there's a smattering of blue wards, but just as many red wards here. And it doesn't feel like World Elite are really screwing that stranglehold on vision they should be afforded.
Good poke as well. Last bolt will miss there. Luca and Ninja walk away about half health each. Spirit now going to rotate and go across a ward. Actually has to be careful. Wants to clear out vision, but little too dangerous with all of Snake grouped together. World Elite will regroup towards this mid lane now, though. And again, just kind of trying to find a way in.
They're trying to find a way in, but they're just really succeeding in drawing out the game, and we've discussed it many times. That's not in their advantage.
Oh, Spirit, though, now getting like Crystal, actually. Uses pretty much everything here, including his ultimate, but chunks down Spirit, and that might give Snake the opening here. Smite onto a Luca there. Good black shield from Conan, though, but there's the ultimate moving in. Can't quite pop on a Luca. Goes in and tries to get Crystal, but there's too much damage there from Snake.
Absolutely. Beast's going to keep going. He might get the snowball down.
Going in there. Good Q onto the Scuttle Crab, actually, to get him away. The acceleration gate will protect him. Spirit down the bottom, continuing to split push here, but he is going to back off.
Yeah, he's not picking up. They're not picking up the objectives they're looking for. I do like the map pressure they're putting down. I do like the positions they're getting into, but they're not taking down structures, and they're not securing Baron vision. And between those two things, Snake keeps scaling up.
Yeah, we've talked about it for maybe the last 5 to 10 minutes, but there's been about a 2,000 gold lead for World Elite. Is Ninja actually going to get aggressive? Good Storm flashes through it. Flash though by Baka might keep him alive, but there's an auto attack. Can't miss that one.
And that's the Ninja we've been looking for. The Ninja that's willing to take the game, by the scruff of the neck and really try and push an advantage. That was an excellent solo kill picking up on Barker there. But look, everyone backs away. Everyone goes back to farming. Spirit slowly walks to top lane. What objective are they getting from this pick?
And sort of what I was alluding to before is that, you know, Water Lead have had a lead for most of this game. That's great. But if it stays at 2,000 gold for 20-25 minutes, suddenly the lead just matters even less than it did.
And we saw that with the aggressive play by Crystal there. You know, he was happy to jump into Sivir just because he knows that in a straight 1v1 now, with the items picked up, he's going to win it.
Yeah, and Crystal here against Spirit, just happy to clear these waves out. He's got level 16, I believe. So draw beat is stacking up quite nicely, almost, of course, to Tristana's max range. And just happy here to go through. Looks like they are going to siege out this time. Finally, FLICKR, no ultimate. This might be a chance here for Water Lead, but Conan also coming in fishing for a Binding Beast, though. Will get ulted up there by Lissandra. Damage goes in, and Beast just can't channel his ult. Conan pops his ultimate there as well, and there's a couple kills for Water Lead.
Very nice picks. Pick up the dragon, pick up the structure there. That was much better from Water Lead. And once again, kind of the secret MVP has been Conan. Those Dark Bindings, when they hit, they've been the go button.
Yeah, almost every good fight that's come here from Water Lead has actually been a Binding landing. You've been right. Now Dragon going to get considered. Spirit is not even going to be at the Dragon to pressure it here. Just wants to keep Crystal occupied.
And that's what we mentioned. It's kind of that awkward part where it's the person who's holding up the top lane here is the person with the smite. But look, there's no contest right here. They're able to even up the Dragon score here. The next one's probably the bigger one, the extra 5% move speed. Highly desirable for both teams. But look, Spirit's causing pressure. He definitely has the item advantage here. He probably needs a last whisper to really, really be able to take down frontliners from Snake. Yeah,
trying to carry from this jungle as hard as he can. And his team's doing a good job of letting him do it now. The gold lead, bit higher now for Water Lead, closing in on about 3,000 gold. But still, if this stays for 10-20 minutes, Tristana's just going to be too far ahead for it to matter. And Crystal now actually confidently walking up with Ella, who is hitting the... Oh, the Spirit has found the Paw Jana. Wow!
That was a burst of damage.
That really was. That's what Spirit's Riven is scary now. You know, 3.5, maybe 4 damage items here from the jungle. Crystal actually maybe wants to rethink this split push.
And Spirit definitely deleted his Korean compatriot right there.
As we do move through here, Snake still trying to find a foothold, getting more wards done. Needs a reward, I feel like, because Water Lead have got quite a few wards pushed in towards the...
But they're not. That's the interesting thing to me is you look at this mini-map here. Okay, you have blue wards on the side of Snake from Water Lead, but you don't have those aggressive wards, those wards that let you know which pathways the enemy are taking towards defending the Baron. They're not setting up for Baron vision here, our Water Lead, and that troubles me.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here. STYZ keeps getting the farm hit. 210 CS, actually equaling Crystal's Tristana. So both AD carries here have been farming up a storm. 3 items done with a Vampiric Scepter in reserve there for STYZ as well.
Look at the creep score, and basically the items here identical between the AD carries here, which you've got to give to Tristana.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, if you get to choose which late game carry you want, you know, to get to 5 or 6 items.
You auto-lock in Tristana in that particular equation.
Absolutely. Black Cleaver done for Jace now as well. So pretty big high point for Ninja's Jace as well. Spirit going to continue clearing out wards here. Crystal are just going to back off, and we're committing again to a big 4-1 Spirit on the top side and the rest of Water Lead all the way down the bottom.
And the cute thing I like about the Black Cleaver there, you usually see that Yomu's Ghostblade picked up just for a bit more burst of damage onto the carries. But what you'll see here is that Jace Hyper Blast onto Beast, who on that noon is going to want to stand in front of the enemy team, obnoxiously throw out that absolute zero and create a lot of space control. Shredding 25% of his armor with a very, very farmed and strong Riven, and then of course the Sivir here, they will be able to burst down that Nunu perhaps a lot faster than Beast might be overestimating his tankiness here to a Black Cleaver Jace.
The lead has progressed here as well for 4,500 gold now. 2 kills up, a couple of objectives up as well, including 2 towers there, 4-2 in that particular score. Aluka, Zoltan's Hourglass finished up for his Lissandra as well. So we just kind of peer through the items. Spirit, by the way, has just gone full damage. Oh, Crystal's found him. Spirit, though, goes in, and there's good flash, actually. Does flash Bulldog with the wind slash. Crystal, solo Beast going to come in. Ella will protect him. Somehow they peel for Trist.
0 health. There were no health bars on that Tristana right there. It had to be single figures. But look at Water Lead. This is a great rotation. They do pick up a turret here, but they're woefully out of position for Baron.
Yeah, Baron is being started. FLICKR is actually kind of low. Ella resets the health bars with a Monsoon here. Crystal even over the back wall being so sneaky. Buck is actually, no, not forced back. He wanted to go back. They're going to use the empowered recalls, though, to get back and defend the bottom lane.
Absolutely. He made the choice there, but it looks like they will be able to pick up this structure. So much damage coming out the Hyper Blast. And STYZ's Sivir right there. And in terms of trades, in previous seasons, I would have given this straight to Water Lead, just because taking the inhibitor to the polar opposite of Baron should facilitate you future Baron control, just because you're going to have those super minions. Because you'll be able to push out those minion waves to the opposite side than the Baron. However, with the new Baron buff, with the ability to push in such a strong fashion multiple lanes, it's kind of up in the air to me, at least. I'm looking to find out the answer on that one.
I think FLICKR is happy no matter what, because he gets to recall more often, use the home guard boots. He has also picked himself up a Void Staff and a Zhonya's Hourglass, so very front-end damage there from this particular Rumble. In fact, most of the carries in this game, or the solo laners, have got a lot of damage items here. So the squishy teams that we've been talking a little bit about, if someone gets caught, it's very likely they're going to die.
Absolutely. I mean, Tristana lived by the skin of her teeth in that previous engagement there, but the next team fight is going to be the big one, Page Time. I mean, we're very keenly poised here. Both teams have their advantages. If World Elite can hold out the Baron and get a pick on Crystal, sure, they can win. But you have to be a bit scared, because Tristana's going to keep scaling.
Yep, this Dragon Fighter's Crystal just picks up a kill in the mid lane out of nowhere.
I mean, that was probably 3 or 4 auto attacks at this point, Page Time. I mean, Tristana's ripping through enemies.
Yeah, I mentioned that, the damage here is STYs. He gets smited again. And now this tower's going to... I'm sorry, I just love how aggressive Beast is with his smite. See, Crystal actually going in. Buster shot used on top. Luca's got to be careful. Goes down, though. Can't quite lock up Crystal for long enough. And now FLICKR is rotated from the bottom here as well. All of a sudden, Snake are opening up, but Spirit is starting to base race now as well. He's up towards the top side of the map. Mid-inhibitor turret will go down. Spirit's working his way out on the top as well. Mid-inhib goes down, and can Snake get back in time?
A solo base race, though, Pastry Time, I don't think it's enough. I think Spirit really gave up a lot there. I mean, they probably lost the minimum there. We could have seen Snake try and finish the game. They're probably smart to back off. They've got 2 open inhibitors here. The next pick, if it's on a really important damage dealer like Crystal and STYZ, 100% will decide the game. The next fight also. I mean, I'm on the edge of my seat here. Anything could happen. Yeah,
and 4 damage item Tristana as well. If you thought Crystal was scary before, added a finished Bloodthirster to Tristana's inventory there as well. 4 items also up for Bucker. He's finished a Zhonya's Hourglass to go along with the rest of his kit. And again, the amount of damage on these carries is absurd. Conan melted under that Tristana's auto attacks. And Beast actually will spot off Conan. Good poke coming through. Bucket just missing there on his Q. And Dragon is up. This is a very important Dragon fight as well.
Into the 3rd Dragon here, of course, bringing up that movement speed buff, which could be so important. What could be a base race situation with all these inhibitor turrets down? Both teams not looking to commit to starting it yet. We see Luca's a little bit out of position, but FLICKR also clearing waves down the top lane.
Snake does have control of the Scuttle Crab, though, which we talk about. Quite important for these big 5v5
the guaranteed vision.
Oh, that's very important. Actually starting up this Dragon here, they've got quite a lot of damage. Again, Dragon, if you commit to it, dies very quickly.
Luca has his teleport up here, so we could still start to come in, but no aggressive wards behind means that there's no obvious spot for the engage there.
Just poke coming now as well. Buckhead just kind of zoning them away here. Saito's pushing in pretty heavily here for World Elite, but Snake will buy themselves enough time to clear them out.
And this is kind of where I want to re-examine this Spirit Riven pick. It's afforded them so much, and if this game had been finished out in 30 minutes, it would have been a masterstroke. But now, where you can't really afford to be split pushing with 1-minute death timers in a late game team fight, that's kind of always been where Riven struggles. It's going to take a heroic flash on top of Crystal for them to finish out a game here, I think, late.
Yeah, I mean, if Spirit can get on top of the carries, especially that Trist, we've seen it before. Crystal will melt.
Okay, but let's take a step back there. Getting on top of a Tristana, who has that disengage ultimate, who has that rocket jump, with a Janna support, who has Queen of Disengage, who even has Mikhail's Crucible, just to add an extra one there. I just don't see how that happens.
And a QSS now. And
sure.
Nunu.
You know.
I agree.
A few things.
I think Snake have picked their team to play a very specific game.
But look at this, Space Jutan. That's a really good ward.
Here comes Ella. Spirit has been spotted out. No, he's been pushing me to the Ella's like, hey, doing Monsoon's it back. There's a snowball coming in, and Crystal's going to go over. Spirit just gets eaten by Crystal's damage there. Even Bucket throws in the ult as well.
Rest in peace, Riven, right there.
And again, the long death time is here. Almost a minute there on Spirit. 52 seconds till he's back. World Elite are trying to rotate and maybe pick up the bottom inhibitor that's likely to be respawning. But if this keeps happening, you're right. Snake just have the better late game here.
Well, my eyes are drawn to the minimap right here, Base Jam, just because we're going to see a base race.
Yep, FLICKR actually pops his ultimate. He's going to try and protect it. Everyone else from Snake's coming back to it. They've got no Baron, but great Zhonya's there from FLICKR. Front-ending so much damage in front of the turret. He flashes out as well, but there's the first Nexus turret going down. The rest of Snake are here, though. That Titan Hibbs back up also. Another re-engage could happen here. Conan Lowe's got to be careful. Dives to Crystal, gives him the reset. Ninja forced to flash out, and that is an absurd amount of damage as STYZ is forced to flash a snowball there as well. But Beast and Flandre are coming back in. That's a beautiful E-snare though by Aluka, and Ninja still running away. Crystal should be able to clean him out. Ella gets just the end of that tornado. That was awesome.
I mean, Ninja running for his life, but you've got a Janna with the captain's boots really to slow him down here. See Beast, he's still throwing out those snowballs.
Yeah, he's going in. Pops his ultimate now as well. Gets ulted by Lissandra. Baka comes in, and what a double kill.
Unbelievable damage coming from this Xerath. We don't have him selected here, but we got to feel that was about 800 AP. The ult's back up.
Almost kills Spirit there as well, and Snake might have found themselves a win here in this first game, and what a back and forth affair it was. Yeah, they're going to eat these Nexus turrets alive. Nothing that World Elite can do. And as far as exciting game ones go, this might be my favorite. Spirit tries, but it's all in vain, unfortunately. And what a way to end that last chase. Like, it's almost like a Hollywood movie chase sequence at the end of that game.
Explosions coming out from Xerath. Certainly. It was an exciting one, Patient Time, but I think watching the VOD, going back in that game as World Elite, you're going to think about the mid-game there, the vision advantage they could have had, and the vision advantage they actually got. They were in position to take a stranglehold on Baron for a good 10-15 minutes in the mid-game. They never did it. They kept pushing. They did admirably. But if they had gone for that one objective and secured it, it could have been a different game.
It could have. It's not mechanical skill that's holding these guys back. Aluka ate away, W to save his teammate, and then just got out. That's really sick mechanics there on Lissandra. And there were so many little things. Spirit's Riven had great mechanics. Everyone just played so well, but at the end of the day, strategically, I think Snake outclassed World Elite. Despite the fact that their plan from yesterday looked a lot more tightened up in this particular game. They know what they want to do, they just can't quite execute.
And that suggests, as the weeks go on, if they can tighten up their game plans there, their execution's fine. Their game plan's a little bit flawed. They need to push on a bit and see how they can go.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, guys. We've got another Game 2 between these two teams coming up, and it will be a fantastic one. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 between Snake and World Elite is coming right up. And welcome back, everybody, to our second game here between Snake and World Elite. It was a fantastic first game to kick things off with Snake, taking a pretty convincing victory towards the end of that game. I'm, of course, Julian Pacey Time Car, joined again by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And Papa Smithy, how did you enjoy our first game? Because it was a very intricate game.
It was a very intricate game, and both teams were kind of playing towards their points of power. I mean, the most interesting thing to me there is that Snake, as a new team into the LPL, recognized that it was going to be the late game that really took them over. They were able to play so reserved in the middle game. Understand that in the mid game, all they had to do was get that extra farm onto the Tristana to scale up, and they never made any desperate plays. They never tried to go for those dragons they didn't have a chance to get. They just tried to play control League of Legends, get to late game, and then that Tristana, she went off.
Yeah, one of our potential concerns, I feel like, with World Elite yesterday was that they were just a little bit scattered. Maybe the communication was getting to them a little bit, you know, kind of learning. They are a new team, of course, like a lot of the LPL teams, but didn't feel quite as together as some of the other teams did. Anyway, we are into Champs Select, though. So let us have a look at what we'll be getting in our bans here. Snake will ban out Rengar, Na, and Lissandra as their first two bans, and that's LeBlanc and Rek'Sai, sorry, as the two from World Elite.
All right, still some very strong champions available right here. Rek'Sai, Jarvan is available here. Sivir, of course, we saw in the last game. There's a lot of potential options here. Jarvan is the final ban here. Janna's available.
You know, I've noticed kind of an interesting trend, Papa Smithy. A lot of teams, first of all, every match so far has been a 2-0, which is quite interesting. But I think almost all of the teams that have gone 2-0 have won their first game on the red side.
Okay.
And then and you basically get your pick. So, you know, you do all the draft, everything happens, and you lose to something, you're just like, oh, that Na is way too good. And then you swap it over to the blue side, and you have the chance to first pick a really good champion, maybe get your Na again. It's really funny to me that the teams that are just winning on the red side, which is, you know, the harder side to draft on, as Rumble is the first pick here. This is the sort of thing where all these bans come through and Flandre gets his Rumble again.
And it's interesting to see that Rumble is kind of the champion is defaulting to, just because it's not a selfish champion. It's not the Fizz top that he's known for. It's not so much the Aurelia that he showed so much proficiency on in Game 1 yesterday. It's Rumble, the team fight god. And he's happy to pick that up. He's shown good, very strong, solid laning with that. And his equalizers have been on point in team fights, so why not pick up that champion?
Yeah, World Elite, very similar looking team so far, but we'll see what they want to go for as they move through. And again with World Elite, just their game plan, they had the same plan as yesterday, basically. Let Spirit carry, kind of 4-1 split push and go from there. Executed much better in that last game, but I feel like just got out-executed or outclassed slightly by Snake in that game one. If they can pull it more together in this game, I think they'll have a pretty solid win.
I mean, kind of my issue with that strategy is that even executed optimally, right? Even in the best case scenario, which it was quite close to that, Spirit was to the point where he could one-shot basically anyone sent to him. You still have that strategic downfall when it comes to objectives. It's hard to have objective control and have your jungler split pushing. So will they default to that strategy once again here, or will we see something a bit different?
Well, World Elite did first pick Janna and Sivir as their pick, so taking away the Janna, I believe, from the last game. Crystal's back onto Tristana, but Nami is going to be the support this time around for Ella.
That's the third Tristana game, I believe, from Crystal. It seems to be very much a comfort pick coming out there. Yeah, they don't have quite the disengage. Nami has a similar flavor to Janna, but not quite the queen of disengage like Janna. And look at these picks on World Elite. We're going to see some engage this time.
Potentially. I mean, they've got time to swap things around here if they want to, but what's interesting is that Crystal just seems to default when he doesn't get Sivir. He's like, fine, we'll play late game. I'll play Tristan to you.
I'll play Tristan to you. And it's been working out. It hasn't been able to punish that Trist pick. Even though in the last game it was 30 CS up, it was really pushing his advantage, Trist was able to get back in the game just because of World Elite's overall game plans. That's why I want to see World Elite mix it up, go for maybe more objective control, and see if they can really push that Tristana to a limit.
Well, kind of an old-school Spirit champion here. Maokai is the pick in the top lane, you have to think, but Kha'Zix will make a return here for Spirit.
And Kha'Zix, you know, he's kind of fallen in and out of popularity ever since release. He's still at a fairly strong level. He still has that reset assassination potential, just not quite what he was before. And it'll be interesting to see how they use this Kha'Zix in this game.
Yeah, we'll see what Snake want here as well. I think Spirit, again, still picking a reasonable carry-esque champion. It's not sort of all in on the carry like Riven is, but it's a bit more like his Rengar from Game 2 yesterday, I think.
I guess the one thing I'll say about Kha'Zix compared to, as we see some interesting picks coming out.
Those are pretty sweet.
But Kha'Zix in comparison to Riven is that you're probably not going to see Kha'Zix as the 4-1 split champion.
Yeah, but can still maybe build more damage if he wants and go through. Looks like Ninja is actually going to get the Xerath this time around, but Bucker is going with Azir as his pick, and Beast has picked up Pantheon in the jungle.
That could be very, very strong here. A lot of engage coming out of the Azir. I mean, he knows that he's going to be against a a farm mid champion here. It's not going to be the Yasuo that they threatened. It's going to go back to the farming champion here. And Azir, his comfort zone is when he's away from those assassins, and it looks like he's managed to avoid them this time.
Yeah, and a similar sort of look here as well. From Snake, you have to feel, again, not very many tanks. Basically, Pantheon is the only damage, real damage token on the team. A lot of zone control here with the Nami, with the Rumble, and with the Azir now as well. So similar sort of look, but not the same, maybe AoE damage to help set up Crystal's resets on Trist.
Not the same AoE damage, but still a lot of peel potentially, or engage for the Trist. So once again, they're happy to let Crystal get that late game champion, scale up, and then just see how the team fights unfold.
Yeah, and again, Flandre also picking that, selfless top laner, wanting more utility from the Rumble. And I think it's a great point that you bring up they need more disengage, because Janna, of course, was the support they had last game, where they were much, Janna's kind of the one-woman peel squad, right? But needed a bit more this time, went for Azir's ultimate.
So I've just spied the loading screen here, and I think you've been trolled slightly, Pastry Time, by the Chinese out here. It's not a Pantheon jungle, it's a Kayle jungle.
Oh, wow. That's a very different look.
Absolutely. It is significantly different. They have no frontline tank, even a frontline off tank like Pantheon. It's all going to be about specific timing on abilities there, specifically that Kayle ultimate.
And that's even more protection and utility for this Tristana. That heal and the movement speed crucially on Kayle's heal that can help her move through. As we are going to see what will happen here. That's a really intriguing pick. Crystal... A lot of eggs in your basket. We'll see if you can pull it out again on Tristana. But we've swapped sides here for Game 2 between Snake and World Elite. World Elite on the red side for this particular game, and it's Snake on the left side for their second and final game of these two teams for today.
Yeah, you're right. The Kayle jungle brings a very different flavor, especially in a skirmish against the enemy jungles. You can see Kaz is going to have a lot of issue getting an assassination once Kayle picks up that ultimate. Crystal, she needs to watch where she moves right here, this Tristana.
Yeah. Few too many friends here. Conan and Ninja already hanging out in the brush, and STYZ has gone back to Sivir as well in this particular game. In fact, I think all 5 members of World Elite are down here, and Ella instantly wards as Crystal takes an auto attack. So they'll have vision of this bottom side of their jungle. In fact, they've got all of their entrances covered right now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting here. I mean, I really like the Maokai pickup here just because so much AoE damage coming down from the Rumble. Maokai can deal with that. And in lane, it's a very even lane matchup there. Of course, because Rumble has such short cooldowns on his Q and W ability, 6 seconds on both those abilities, he's going to always be charging up those spells. So you're going to see plenty of heal coming out of the Maokai passive in the top lane. So it should be a fairly equal tank battle. And
we've seen quite a lot of this actually from the Chinese teams in particular. A lot of warding on specific small jungle camps. Both teams have actually warded their Krugs with their trinkets. They want to make sure they can get information on where the junglers are starting.
And you can see kind of the fruit of that as we see Sivir. She's up the top lane here, so we could see a lane swap.
Yeah, starting that swap, it seems like STYZ will walk in basically unannounced to that top lane and start off there. Looks like everyone's helping Spirit right now, both Aluka and Conan, although Conan will now rotate up. So we are going to have a lane swap here. Aluka will double jungle to start things off here, and we're going to have the lane swapped around a little bit.
Importantly, even though they got a ward down on the Krugs, they're not a ward on the red buff here. So this has been completely unsided by Snake. A successful lane swap coming out from World Elite.
Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of red buff starts as well from jungle, especially when you get help from your teammates here, but Crystal and Ella will rotate down. I have to feel that this might favor the Tristana in terms of free farm, but STYZ Sivir could get the push on early.
Obviously, they're trying to avoid that Maokai Rumble matchup there. I mean, in the very early game, levels 1 to 5, and when the ultimate comes out, Rumble does have the advantage. But if they switch around, say, level 6 or 7, once you get closer to, the null magic mantle and building it into a bit more magic resist there, Maokai a lot more comfortable in the lane after them.
Maybe trying to pick on Flandre a bit more. And I don't know if this was intentional, but the fact that they knew the bottom had been warded kind of incentivized Beast to start on his left side of the jungle, which actually means that now that Flandre knows the swaps happen, has a lot less camps and experience to share with Beast.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. Because they didn't get the successful ward down, they've reduced the amount of experience that Flandre could have picked up with the jungle follow there. So a big strategic victory from World Elite from level 1.
Yeah, really nice stuff here. And Crystal and Ella will start pushing in their explosive shot already leveled there for Trist. Beast actually going to walk in and start a 2v2 here. We haven't seen this in a very long time.
Yeah, something that Cloud Templar was famous for, obviously, on the Rammus jungle days. But it's necessary here just because Sivir can put so much damage and turret pressure down.
Beast there will last hit the one that Flandre was going to miss. So babysitting his top laner nicely. Conan going to start to roam a little now as well on Janna. I believe known for Leona play normally. A big Leona player potentially.
He does like the roam ganks, and even on Janna he does have the ability there.
Yeah, going to come through. Ninja there. Oh, Baka knows what's up now. He'll be able to get himself away. Duke not quite out of the tornado, but he'll be fine for now. Zia versus Zero. It's kind of an interesting matchup. Very, very range rate poke heavy for both those mid laners.
And just as I was saying before, I mean, Zia, he has trouble with those assassins, but in a farm lane like this, I mean, Zia late game, his damage is just obscene. So they're going to be very happy to get this matchup in the mid lane. But, I mean, last game, it was Barker who was really doing a lot of heavy lifting with the massive stacks of AP on Xerath. So Xerath, no slouch in the late game either.
FLICKR just powering up. Beast will now rotate through his jungle and try and pick up his red buff to get closer to level 4. Very aggressive push by both of the duo lanes, actually. Basically emptied into 2 different 2v1 lanes, and both Tristana and Sivir are pushing very aggressively towards the towers.
Absolutely. The lane freeze is not existing. I mean, it's very hard for Tristana, obviously, to not level that explosive shot and freeze the lane. You do see it sometimes in the OGN, you know, just not skilling an ability, but potentially here had already skilled that explosive shot and it was always going to push. And I mean, Sivir's best when she's pushing, so both of them with the push flavor here. It means plenty of experience coming down, and Rumble will still be able to pick up that equalizer, at least the experience for it, by the time we see a Dragon attempt.
Yeah, FLICKR sort of zoned off his tower here, but will return to last hit. No real dive threat right now. I like the ward just behind FLICKR's Rumble as well, spotting out the potential dive from Spirit if he does want to rotate over there.
Now he seems interested.
Spirit is going to rotate. Actually going to find Beast now. This would be quite the duel. I think they've both spotted each other. Good deep pink ward though, placed down by Ward Elite.
And you saw that Spirit. He noticed that Ninja was backing off there. He had to go and buy, so he knew he wouldn't have any mid lane support. Smart to back away from any engage.
Yep, does not want to get involved. And again, counter jungling, very much a team game here as Fiendish Codexes have been completed by both mid laners. Actually a small CS lead for Ninja, but Barker should catch up pretty swiftly. Last hitting minions as they crash towards his turret. Spirit, though, continuing to ward aggressively here towards the top side of the map. And Beast, once again, forced up into that top lane to try and help FLICKR.
And that's 2 games in a row where we have seen kind of the polar opposite play from Beast as from the first series against Gamti. Very much on the back foot here to the moves of the enemy jungler.
Great gank from Spirit. Good amount of damage down. That forces Barker to get away to his Sand Soldier. Doesn't blow a summoner spell, but a good little damage trade there.
Absolutely, and I really like Spirit's play here. He's not going for that selfish build Riven, you know, to look to split push himself, but he is snowballing his lanes very effectively.
Just wants to go in. Barker keeping his distance on this Azir, poking the minions down from afar. Again, wants to be careful with just his health bar after Spirit did pay him a visit. Ninja, level 6 now as well. Both quite low in mana are these two. They've choked through a lot of their potions and biscuits. Ninja, though, will pop one now as they'll just continue CS. And again, a slight lead here for Xerath, but nothing major so far, so we move back around the other lanes here. Oh man, actually gets caught by a stun. Has to be careful, the ultimate does juke the last ball. Ninja now flashing forward as well. A good stun, though, doesn't need it, and Ninja way too far forward, gets first blooded by the KO.
I can only imagine looking at his mana bar that he was probably 1 or 2 mana away from the flash kill on Barker there. Very awkward from Ninja. A miscalculation that could cost him this laning phase.
And Beast, just really smart presence, you know, knows that his mid lane is low, probably wants to be near the lane anyway, picks himself up a free first blood as a result, and things going well for the Snake jungler once again.
Sometimes things fall on your lap, Pastry Time, and that was one of those times.
I certainly know that feeling as Beast. Do a bit of a mid laner impression here. Spirit actually doing the same here on Kha'Zix, and both junglers farming up nicely, pretty close in CS, have their initial jungle item. Not enchanted, but finished up already.
Be interesting to see whether we see the Magus enchantment or the Devourer enchantment coming out from Kayle. There's kind of 2 flavors to it. Previous to the Devourer nerf, that would have no question been the pickup just because it synergizes so well with Kale's overall kit, that attack speed. But 20% cooldown reduction on a champion who loves to stack cooldown reduction is also a very compelling buy as well. So interesting to see which direction the Kayle goes with their build.
And we've actually had a swap back here. Beast has started this dragon and his dual lane zoning out the other duo here from Ward Elite. So there's a pretty aggressive dragon coming up, but we're going to have Barker rotate down on Azir as well. And that actually looks like they'll just take this dragon uncontested. Spirit's not in the area. He's actually recalled quite low on health. Barker's zoning out Ninja now as well. That's almost a kill. Sand Soldier's not quite in range for the last auto. And that should give the dragon over to Snake.
Disgusting damage already coming out. And you have to think facilitated by that 1 kill coming down on Ninja.
It's such a sneaky dragon as well. Amazing to me that Ward Elite rotate their bottom lane down as the dragon does go down. Although Crystal does hop away, has to be a bit careful. STYC coming in. The tornado is beautifully lined up. The heal is popped though, but the ult's going to move in. There's the flash out, and Ninja goes down to Snake, but Beats is going to rotate through. Now Ella's here as well, and STYC's forced to flash.
Some of the calculations on damage by Ward Elite when it comes to turret diving have struggled a little bit there. And you have to say, you're correct. They made that rotation. They brought down their duo lane to give themselves some dragon pressure. Sneakily taken away by Snake.
They still lost it. Just such good knowledge of his champion and the jungle in general by Beast. That's a two-man dragon that he felt confident starting just with the vision and just the knowledge that he could do it on Kale with. I think Ella was helping at some point with Baka zoning out Ninja from that, potentially poking him off as well. So very nice strategic moves in the early game here for Snake, and that will give them about a 2,000 gold lead, actually.
I guess some gaps in the vision there. You do see the pink that went down in the river brush that it would have given them vision on the exit from the dragon pit. They just had no idea that it was going on.
Yeah, and again, good pressure by the dual lane of Snake to just keep Waterley back. And it's crazy to me because I know you love to talk about the one-item power spike. Because never mind, a fight has come to Aluka. We'll find Flandre and gets blown up as the ultimate from Xerath comes in there as well.
Yeah, much better play from Ninja right there. Great roam on Xerath, and usually thought of as a very immobile champion. They pick up an answering kill, but so far the objective snowball firmly with Snake.
And STYC with the BF so can try and push aggressively here, but Crystal's level 7. Probably got as many points as he can afford into that explosive shot. And going to start counter-pushing reasonably well against Sisiva, who should have the push advantage right now.
Absolutely, and not playing with the significant CS disadvantage this time, although alone in lane has to be careful.
Crystal, this happens a lot, I feel like. Snake support Ella also seems to love to roam. Beast actually does pick up the blue buff. That was very nicely timed on that smite. And kind of saw it last game with the yesterday with the Nunu. Bit more counter jungling this time on KO.
Absolutely, a bit more of that counter jungling flavor. And I do like Crystal testing his limits. I feel like he's just opening himself up for those really insane team fight mechanics.
Yeah, and Flandre now has even visited the mid lane. Seems like Baka has gone back to base. So Flandre's like, no worries, buddy. I'll cover you. Building up towards probably the Haunting Guys once again. Silk Shoe's already completed also.
Still no more information. I have to think with the attack speed pickup here with the Zerka Greaves coming down for Kale, probably going to be that Devourer enchantment, but no confirmation either way of the build.
Ooh, Ella actually hiding in the bush. Conan level 6, Ella still level 5, and very low in mana is this Nami. Probably going to try and go back. Beast low in his jungle, but able to quickly clear out the red camp. Crystal down the bottom's in trouble though. STYs, he's popped his ultimate. Ella though trying to run defense. Conan with the slow. Can't get enough auto attack damage in, and Crystal gets away with it again.
Another misjudgment of damage right there. The flash comes out from Conan, but it didn't have the follow-up damage coming in from STYZ. Crystal lives another day, and it's been a recurring trend for Snake here.
Yeah, I mean, Crystal just seems to always push the limits of his champion, know exactly what fights he can take and where he can be, maybe a little risky here. And he's survived every time. He's chugging potions down now as well. No help here coming, by the way, so Snake have to deal with this on their own.
Yeah, we see the massive burst of damage coming out from the shielded STYZ there with the BF sword, of course. Up in the top lane, very equal. Rumble slightly ahead, just what we expect from a Rumble Maokai matchup as we finally got that 1v1 lane now.
Yeah, and I wanted to touch on a little, kind of moving back to STYZ just for a second. You mentioned that, the BF sword's already been completed, and that was the other thing about the bottom lane rotation that meant to me that I thought they were just going to take over the bottom half of the map, because I know you love to talk about Siva's one item power spike, just that BF sword, they're going to clear so quickly.
I mean, BF sword gives her the instant wave clear, so theoretically Tristana should always be suffering under a turret. I mean, they do take the turret very quickly there, so they are able to pick that up. And Spirit, he's going for something.
He's snuck in. There's a port. Actually, Flandre's coming in. Got to be careful. Never mind. That's actually a Luca. But they're going to start this fight. There's the Rumble ultimate. And Spirit's got the first kill onto Beats Cal. Now Flandre a little low there as a Luca. Jumps onto Crystal. Good buster shot, though. Might keep him alive. But World Elite 2-0 up so far. Crystal in trouble. There's massive damage from Spirit. Nowhere to run. And he gets a third kill, I believe.
And Spirit, standing in a pink ward, knew he was unsighted there. Great teleport coming in once again, although Ninja, he's in trouble.
Knock up and a fantastic ultimate by Azir as well. Dodges the stun out as well. Baka just knows the limits here. Conan even getting poked out as well. Has to be careful. Ninja, though, will walk out of range of those Sand Soldiers. But a win there for World Elite. Spirit now coming in as well.
Importantly, no objective to pick up here, though. Spirit, everyone who goes in range of this Azir is getting poked down.
But he was not at that team fight in the bottom lane, and that gave World Elite 3 for 0 after they'd already gotten the tower.
And look, they showed great aptitude in getting those picks and setting up nice team fight victories in the previous game. It was the objectives that follow picks that didn't exist there. And once again, great picks, but still 1 minute to Dragon. Nothing they can really pick up.
Yeah, Spirit has to be careful. This tower's going to get quite low here. Baka with the blue buff arising that tower as well for even extra damage. Janna will rotate in and keep that safe for now. But again, with that Dragon coming up, as you mentioned, all this Azir pressure is really mounting.
Once again, we see the power peaks and troughs here as Crystal here. He's struggling to get his items together. Infinity Edge is completed on STYZ. So this next Dragon, I mean, World Elite, they kind of slept on the first one. It's on them to pick up this one here.
Yeah, the CS deficit there as well. Tristana about 20 CS behind STYZ's Siva. But FLICKR is again setting himself up to carry 20 CS ahead of his lane opponent and already chunking people down with just his Morellonomicon.
It's one of those things where in the previous series, you would have said FLICKR, you would have said Beast. Those were the names you would quote. Crystal in the second game as well. This game, it's FLICKR stepping up, so they've definitely got carries from all over the map to Snake.
Now, Aluka has also fallen behind in CS, though, so FLICKR keeping up with the pretty item-efficient Rumble as well. They're doing nicely there. Curious to see how this Kayle continues to evolve as we get into more team fights on. This next Dragon fight, I think, is going to be quite key.
Absolutely, and it's kind of be the carry power of this Infinity Edge Sivir against the dual magic penetration Rumble. Not level 11 Crucial. Level 11, I would have definitely passed to Snake, but we could see a fight.
Oh, Crystal almost goes in, but there's a Luca. Once again, that's a great ult from Bucket and a good Kayle ult as well. There's a tidal wave going to follow through, and Spirit gets low, but Conan will reset with his ultimate now. Ninja rotating in. He gets smited actually by Beast, who's trying to zone him out, and that's a win for World Elite. They've chunked them down. They don't have many ultimates left, but if they can keep them out for a little while longer, they might be able to secure the Dragon.
Health bars are pretty similar though, so starting the Dragon, tanking that damage is looking very, very risky for World Elite.
And we talk about it a little. Dragon, in terms of how quickly we can kill it, didn't change, but it does so much damage now. And Snake are coming in. World Elite really do not want to tank this Dragon with the rest of Snake behind them.
Every extra order they take from Dragon just makes the ensuing team fight looking better and better for Snake. WWE, they might be biting off too much.
50-50, Kha'Zix gets it, Spirit gets the Dragon, FLICKR now, Logo is forced to flash out, Baka is rotating in, and Beast is going in, there's Crystal, wants the reset, gets one, and there's the next reset, Ninja forced to flash as Crystal will follow him now as well, doesn't have enough, no he does, the Buster shot will clean him out, 3-0 now for Snake.
And that last exit kill probably tips the balance of that engage over to Snake. They confirm it here with the mid turret. That's a very nice pickup for Snake.
And the lead again thin here, but Snake 1,000 gold ahead, despite playing most of the last game, about 2,000 to 3,000 gold behind him. A similar looking team comp might make it 2 as well for the turrets. STYZ has to be careful here. Jana now in as well to try and defend off his turrets. They do clear enough waves out. STYZ actually maybe fancies himself. I like the sun turret there by Baka, just to make it even harder for them to crack.
And calling back to the gold lead here, Page Time. Being ahead in gold with a Tristana comp in the mid game, things are looking good for Snake.
Once again, playing around the carry Crystal perfectly on this Trist. And Crystal's decision-making as a Tristana player has impressed me throughout the games I've seen him play it so far. Not just the lane where we saw him snowball with a Trist, but his teamfight decisions and resetting ability, his general situational awareness is just fantastic.
And you look at some of those situations where he gets almost caught in the bot lane, and you might be quick to say, I don't know about this positioning, but it just feels like he's testing his limits, because when it comes to team fights, he always seems to maximize the amount of damage he does.
Yeah, and again, the team fighting as well from Snake has been so coordinated, which is just impressive to me. It's not just that Crystal understands the limits of his champion and knows when to go in. Oh, yeah. Slight hiccup there, but Sivir has gotten the kill on the tower. Spirit, that looks like he's taken out Flandre, so teamfight has started off. But we'll talk a little bit about the next teamfight here. Is again, the thing that's impressed me about Snake, especially as a new team in the LPL, their coordination has been on point. It's not just Crystal understanding the limits of his champion, knowing when to go in and knowing when to back off. Everyone is setting him up in these fights to make sure they can snowball.
And some of that's in the team comp, obviously. To be fair, we have the Jana, we have Azir who can displace. There's a lot of peel for this Tristana here. But again, it's just everyone knows their role and follows it. And that's the sign of a good team.
Beast gets his blue buff, though Bucket may have liked it, so World Elite will deny that away from the mid laner this time around. Infinity Edge is creeping up as well by Crystal. He's missing his BF sword and, of course, the actual item itself. But he's picking up some farm now, evening things up a little bit more. About 10 CS behind as he takes out the Raptor camp. But things are ramping up here for World Elite. And that gold lead with that last little exchange seems to have thinned out a little. About 500 gold now for Snake.
500 gold, but crucially, Tristana powering up. And that's I'll keep coming back to that point, but it's on a Sivir to push an advantage. It's not on a Tristana to push anything. And
we talked about Bucket Xerath last game, really having, I guess, the power in the mid game to carry his team through and get Crystal to the late game where he could shine. Again, on this Azir, I feel like he's in a very similar position.
Absolutely. I mean, he's scaling up. I mean, crucially, look at the ward coverage here from both teams. It doesn't feel like World Elite are translating any of their power into aggressive warding here. A couple of wards on the top side of the jungle, but basically no vision on the bottom side of the jungle for World Elite.
Crystal here will farm up. STYZ always fancies himself these aggressive engagers, I feel, but Ellis here is all level 7. Crystal hitting 11 there as well, so getting a good amount of farm and crucially experience as well. Fancies the crit, wow. Takes off quite a lot of SCY's health, and they're going to siege up this turret. Azir's actually down here as well.
Important to know that was a static shiv with pickaxe critical strike.
Yeah, not even the Infinity Edge here as Ninja's going to rotate to help out with the wave click. Gets assaulted by the Gromp as World Elite have started that. And this tower is not long for this world, potentially. If Snake want to really commit to the 3-man push, but 4 members now have been pulled by them. 3 for World Elite. Tristana going to pop that rapid fire. And this tower's going to go down. That's going to make it 2 for 3, actually. World Elite still ahead on turrets.
And Maokai able to get some damage on the top turret here. Rumble just coming down to help his team if he needed to cut anyone off. Maokai, he'll get to able to equalize the gold with the top turret, but overall, Snake seem happy.
That last little exchange there from World Elite that we may have missed. Picked them up the mid turret, I believe, so that's where that little advantage comes from. 4-2 now in favor of World Elite for that particular metric. Baron is up in 50 seconds, but he's probably not going to be looked at for another 5 to 10. And again, a very popular Maokai item there, that move speed item, really helping Maokai get in and engage for his team.
I guess it's worth knowing for the spectators that, even though it is a 4-2 turret advantage to World Elite, that does include Azir turrets, I believe. So might be a bit misleading in terms of the global gold coming out there.
That's interesting. I think you're right, just sort of counting the turrets on the minimap. That's very curious here. There's going to be a lot of turrets killed this game potentially.
Absolutely. There could be plenty of turrets killed this game.
Some unbelievable amount here as Ninja will go back, looking towards his second item now. Need to see large rod for Bucker's Azir as well. So powering up to possibly a Zhonya's or a Rabadon's, depending on where he wants to go with that power point.
Yeah, the one thing I can say is that Spirit is looking very good on this Kha'Zix. In terms of items, he's at a very good item point here, and it feels like World Elite are kind of undoing some of their power here by not getting those aggressive wards down and starting to come into the enemy red buff, the enemy blue buff, and really start to contest some of these objectives, just because they are in a power point right now where Tristana's still in that power trough. It does feel like they could be going and competing for those objectives, but they're not moving up their wards aggressively enough, I think, to take advantage of that Sivir pick.
And that trough isn't going to last much longer either. 42 seconds till the next Baron, and Tristana has all but finished that Infinity Edge here for Crystal, and that's a big jump in power. Not to mention that the Zhonya's that Bucker is going to be going for next could also be finished by the time that Dragon fight rolls around. So lots of power there potentially for Snake's next engagement.
And it's one of those shining points of Rumble is that even though Rumble's 0-3-4, he has a healthy CS advantage, but hasn't really been involved in any of those kills. He still has kind of his 2 core items here in terms of the percentage health damage and obviously the equalizer damage is going to be coming out in the next team fight. Look at Maokai here. He has the Righteous Glory, so he has some health. He's working on some magic resist, but he's not a frontline tank, especially to deal with Crystal in this next fight.
Here actually going to be a bit of a scuffle. It's Beast and the rest of Snake defending their pink ward here. Bucker going in, actually wants to go aggressive. Arise, he's on that tower. They're going to try and take this out and do very cleanly, Tier 2 turret going down with Dragon now up as well. The Azir turret's going to give them vision, if nothing else, towards that mid lane.
And vision's the word, Page Jam, because they get that ward on the enemy wolves as well here. So much advanced vision, so much map vision for Snake. They're going to easily be able to secure a dragon here, and it'll be difficult for World Elite to contest, but they're right on it right now.
I think one of the cute things as well about Azir turrets is that you kind of, your minions, the vision that minions give you, which is invaluable, just extends a bit further because it forces your enemy minions to stop at that artificial turret.
Look how cute this is with Bucker taking out the pink ward over the cove.
Makes me smile here. Another pink ward that Snake moved through, I think, as well, just in that brush. Ella will walk over it. I think he found it. Aluka takes out that ward. Turret goes down. 5th now for World Elite. That's going to get confusing as Flandre dodging out the Xerath ultimates out of range now, but that might be enough poke for World Elite to take this dragon.
So we'll have to see here. No vision on the dragon from either team right now, but we see the converge happening here.
Ultimate used by Flandre, I think, as well, so that is not a tool he can use. He's actually quite healthy. Maybe Janna's ult was used to reset. No, nope, that's not even a Janna play. Never mind. Ebb and Flow there helping heal up Flandre, but the dragon here will be checked by Bucker, who'll poke it angrily from the back. But Ninja's got poke here as well, and this is going to be a pretty long dance. You have to feel Flandre, though, down the bottom. Maybe not. Spirit going to get low here as well, but Aluka will come through, and SD-wise, he just has enough damage. Conan does pop his ult. That's a kill for World Elite and probably the next dragon.
They're in the prime position for the dragon, but you look here, Tristana, she's not happy with just letting that go down. They're going to push up the mid lane here. They're in an excellent position to push here, Snake, and World Elite, they're going to be slow to react.
A pink ward there from Ella as well, just wants the timer, you have to think. And no turret forthcoming. Going to rotate to the top. Maybe pick that one up. Crystal will look to take the red buff now as well. But that was a pretty uncontestable dragon there from Snake at the end.
But you have to say no free objectives for World Elite here. Snake is trying to make them pay wherever they can. If they get a turret, great. If they only get the enemy red buff, it's still better than just staying back and watching World Elite take an objective.
Yeah, and it's one thing, again, to play well when you're ahead, right? And we talked about that, about Snake coming into this particular series. Snake are ahead in this game, but we're a little behind before. And this is a pretty contentious position right now in this game. So Snake still seem to be on top of things. And one of the things that is the mark of a great team for me, and we'll see if this continues with Snake, it's not, again, how you win when you're ahead, but your damage control when you're behind. How do you trade objectives?
Well, it's one of the overall narratives of the LPL this season, Page-Time, is how will the Korean players, the top Korean talent, mostly from the Samsung organizations, come into the LPL, and how will the communication barrier that exists, with these multi-language teams affect their play? Because you've got players who are known for their strong communication coming into a situation which obviously is going to require more pings, more use of a neutral language like English to be able to take advantage of situations. And a lot of players might know, but we do have 2 Koreans on this Snake team. Obviously not of the same profile of the Dandies and Martas of the world, but Beast and Ella, both Korean players here. So in a situation where team's ahead, it's very easy to ping the enemies and say, go, 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 start that engagement. But when you're behind, can you communicate how to get little advantages, how to minimize losses in a competitive game like this? And you have to say, Snakes seem to be working around any situation like that exceedingly well. If you told me they were 5 Chinese players, I'd believe.
Yeah, I think I would as well. And everyone in this game has picked up some strong items as well. Basically 2 item power spikes across the board here. So we've got Rumble now with a needlessly large rod to go with his Leandros and the Sork Shoes. We've got Zoni's completed with the Void stuff on the way to go with Bucker's Merlinomicon. Infinity Edge is done along with a static shift for Trist as well. And that pickaxe looks to be moved into a last Whisper fairly swiftly. Siva 2 items there as well with the Yomus, and needlessly large rod also added there for Zerath. So lots of good stuff coming out now, basically for everyone on both of these teams.
But you look at the minimap here, look at those pink wards. You see 2 pink wards, 3 pink wards, defensive pink wards down for Snake. They've got the vision in their own jungle. They're not allowing World Elite to get any advanced vision. So it's a case of pushing in those minions past the first turret, which you've already taken down, and then backing. Like, you're not securing any extra advantages, any extra objectives. You're not even getting wards on buffs here. And it just buys Snake more and more time until we're going to have a Tristana with Kayle ult, with so much disengage from Nami. And it just worries me that World Elite, they don't find any way to be decisive and to take an objective here.
And if we have to think of these teams in terms of their, a late game potential as far as team comps go, are we giving the advantage to Snake as well, just because of, again, the kind of Tristana insurance policy by Crystal?
I think the one question mark when it comes to World Elite late game, obviously, Tristana's going to be stronger than Siva, but the most important thing to me is Aluka going to become unkillable? We saw Wicked famously in recent tournaments, getting to that unkillable point on Maokai where it didn't matter how much DPS you had, you weren't getting through that frontline tank. In this case, Aluka doesn't have the gold, although we see an engagement.
That was a fantastic ult. Zoni's as well, though. But Bucker is getting poked up, forced to get himself out. Ella will move into heal. But a couple of ults burn there, no kill onto Bucker.
So you're going to keep pushing here as Snake. I mean, if Maokai can pick up that Frozen Heart, can pick up that Banshee Veil, can become that unkillable frontline tank, World Elite are in for the shot for team fights. But just like that's ticking, we're waiting on Tristana to power up here as well. Very close to that last Whisper.
Spirit cleaning up vision, though, has to be careful. Flandre has found him, and he's going to hit the Harpoon. That was a lot of Rumble damage. Doesn't have his ult, though, unfortunately, so Spirit will get away from that one. And we just saw with the Rumble damage and just Bucker there before as well, poking them out. There's more than one carry on this team for Snake as well. Bucker's Azir is doing silly damage already.
And Rumble will always be relevant in a team fight, even if he's as far behind as he is now. And with that Zhonya's Hourglass, he can even become a pseudo frontliner just so that he can get in there. He can overheat with his Flame Spitter running and apply that Zhonya just to do some frontline damage to obviously complement the equalizer.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder's score isn't attractive here, but if he's behind, I don't think I want to be a Luca in this game. Maokai has not found the footing yet, or the gold to get the big tank items that you're talking about. So we'll have to see. World Elite kind of playing against their own comp a little bit here, because Luca does need quite a bit more farm. And Snake, again, have held onto this lead, but playing very comfortably. And this, again, a thin lead. 2,000 gold is nothing in this particular point in the game. Eller actually going to get caught out as well. The tidal wave does come in. Baka though, moving in, tries to move STYZ back with his ultimate, but the teleport will come in now as well. That's going to force the flash out of Siva as he's just poking people back though, but Baka has popped this on. His Alucard's in the middle. He will flash out Will Azir, and now Eller going to flash forward. Bubble will land. Great equalizer coming in there, cutting off STYZ and Conan, and Alucard is forced to flash as well. Spirits once again in, but Crystal gets that first kill.
It's an unbelievable equalizer coming out from FLICKR there. Basically validating the Rumble pick all in itself, and Crystal's going in!
He flashes so hand there is Alucard now in trouble as well, and he's just going to go for the reset. Double kill, make it a triple with the static shift crit as well. And Crystal...
The static shift triple there was massive, Pastry Time.
He trusts his team so much when he goes in. That was nuts, by the way. Just jumped in and immediately flashed a Xerath post.
And you might wonder, how did that team fight happen for Waterley? Because they were in position of power, but Ninja, unfortunately, if we had a replay here, was walking slowly down the mid lane, trying to group with his team as the four of them got obliterated by a wonderful equalizer right there. And it was that positioning on the Xerath who has long range, but not quite that long, that will cost them the fight.
Yeah, Flundra's ult didn't kill him, but it basically invalidated STYZ from that last fight, as Baron will now go over to Snake as well. STYZ will push out what he can, knowing that the enemy's on the other side of the map, but Dragon is likely to go over to Snake here as well. STYZ is solo, he can't fight again, and ultimates are coming back now for Snake. In fact, they're going to fight Spirit, who base checks the brush. Goodbye.
Instant death, and it's going to be another objective.
Crystal just going in. STYZ is forced to pop his ultimate, and this Dragon's going to be the second here now for Snake, taking the two big objectives off the map in about as many seconds.
Absolutely, and it's only going to get worse for Waterley, I'm afraid. If you look at STYZ, he's so worried about the magic damage coming in that he actually picked up the magic resist here so early here. After 2 AD damage items, he picks up the magic resist. He's obviously so concerned about the magic damage coming out that he's worried about, even the Bloodthirster. He could have gone for like the safer of the damage choices just to give himself a shield to take some damage. But, I mean, his power trough is coming in right now, and Tristana's, especially after that triple kill, is only starting. Yep.
Again, Crystal just find his team giving him all the tools he needs to succeed, I feel like. It was only the one game where we saw Crystal just go aggressive, find a good time to snowball, get kills with his spells in lane, and actually snowball on Triss, which is quite rare. The other 2 times, including just the last game, Crystal has really been put up by his team here to succeed. And he's delivering every single time.
But it's not like he's going bot lane and dumpstering the enemy AD carry and just winning it himself. In both games, it's been a bad matchup, but he's been sitting back, he's been farming, he's been choosing his advantage. And it's interesting that it's always been STYZ picking up that early Infinity Edge and starting that power snowball, but it's always been equal when it comes to 2 items. It's always been Infinity Edge Static Shiv against STYZ's Infinity Edge Youmu's. At that point, it's only going to get worse for Siva.
Yeah, it's just so impressive to me that Snake can work together as such a cohesive unit, and Triss is approaching the 4 damage items here. The Rabadons has been done by Bucko, just skipping the Void Staff at this point. Wants pure damage on this Azir, and at 230 CS, he's looking pretty strong against Ninja, who's fallen a little bit behind on this Xerath. And now Snake, they pretty much have complete control of this map.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that STYZ trying to cause some map pressure on the top, much akin to Rivens in the previous game. But Snake going to start pushing down these structures, and with the Tristana this fed, they're going to do it quickly.
At level 16, Trist as well. Got long range. Look at FLICKR. Actually just fighting. He's going to go in for STYZ. That slow was amazing on that equalizer, and no spell shield saving you there.
And STYZ, this is a bit of his profile here. When his team is losing significantly, he does like to split bush, try and cause pressure, hopefully outplay the enemy, but this case didn't work.
Bit of an emotional thing as well, I have to get ahead, I need to carry for my team, and he goes off, and FLICKR's like, oh, cheers, I'll take the kill. As now Bucker's in the mid lane. They took out the bottom inhib and its turret as well, and are moving in here with STYZ dead for 15 seconds or so longer. Bucker takes out that tower. No, not quite. Does get it there as the Dino Shield's not enough, and Crystal's ulted up. The wave's coming in as well. He's cleaning house in this fight. Luca gets obliterated there by Crystal's Triss, and this might just be it.
Yep. I mean, Maokai, he just never got a chance to pick up those items. He's still picking up on the constituent parts of 2 big defensive items. Never got them. Crystal rips through them, rips through these turrets, and it's going to be a Snake 2-0.
Yeah, Snake. That's 4 games in a row for themselves. 3 games. Look at FLICKR. Just going in, a good bubble on the Spirit. They'll trade a couple kills here back and forth potentially. Bucker tries, goes golden in the zone, and will keep himself alive and keep one of those stats off his KDA for that game. And what an impressive showing again here by Snake. Another 2-0 victory.
And I guess the most interesting thing to me is they're showing gears, Pastry Time. They're not all in all the time. It wasn't Beast all over Spirit's jungle. In fact, you could say that Spirit, to some degree, out-jungled Beast in the early game in both games here. But Snake able to understand their power spikes, able to hold back there, wait for their Tristan to scale up, and then the carnage was clear.
It was, and just a fantastic team to watch. Look forward to seeing more of them as well. But we are done for today's LPL broadcast. Don't forget, if you want more games, we'll be casting over at the Riot Games Oceanic stream. That's twitch.tv/Riot Games Oceania. If you continue our Oceanic Challenge streams, but the LPL will return tomorrow, guys, so tune in for that as well.